Rockland Unified School District Board of Education regular meeting for Wednesday, September 16th, 2020 to order. Brenda, will you please call the roll?
Camille Mabin. Derek Counter.
Here.
Eric Stevens. Rochelle Price.
Here.
Rick Miller.
Here. Chief Capper, is there any public comment regarding closed session items? Seeing
No, President Miller.
Thank you. The board will now adjourn to closed session regarding the items listed on the agenda. The board will resume to the open session at 6:30 p.m. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Jordan. All right, with that, we want to begin with our COVID-19 update, and I would like to introduce Superintendent Stock.
Thank you, President Miller, trustees. I am, here before you again, as I am at each board meeting since March, to provide a COVID update and report to you and to our community. So let me jump in with our slide of setting the context. And again, this is something that I remind us of each meeting, and I've highlighted a couple areas that I think are even increasingly important as we prepare to reopen in our hybrid stage on next Monday. That, we as school districts are in an unprecedented situation, and that can't be underscored more than anything ever than we've never started a school year in digital, and then now moving to only partial students on campus is an example of that unprecedented situation. And the adaptability and flexibility will be essential. And we have seen evidence of that in our students and our teachers and all of our staff and our families as well as parents. And that will continue to be necessary for us to continue to be successful. And so we just want to highlight those real context pieces that still are in play and even more than before. And so the next slide just shows that, we have been focused on our students and staff. We've focused on their physical safety, their learning, and that social, emotional, mental health. And those are continue to be the focus of us, and just as a good reminder of that focus. And then on the next slide, we shared with our community at our last board meeting, and again, that we have a phased reopening plan. This is not new. This is something that we've had in place since this summer, but this graphic is one that we think helps make it easier to illustrate exactly where we're at, what's coming next. And so on this, again, I want to show that we are currently in stage 2. We began that this Monday with limited student access, and I'll talk a little bit more about that further in the presentation. But we will be on Monday, September 21st, in our stage 3, our hybrid learning model. And so I want to just affirm that I know that there may be a lot of rumors and a lot of issues out there around, are we going to, in fact, open in hybrid on Monday? Are we not? And I'm here to affirm to the board that we are on track. We are opening on Monday in our hybrid model. We've done an incredible amount of planning and work. Teachers and custodial staff and administrators and health staff and everyone has done an incredible amount of work to have us to welcome students back on Monday in a hybrid model. And so, we want to also mark that our Rockland virtual campus will be continuing throughout the year. There is no change to that. That's where, under the board direction, we provided an online option that would be consistent for families this year if they chose that, and that's continuing with almost 1,400 students in that. And then there has been some question about, well, as we move into hybrid learning on Monday, why we want distance learning. We've heard some families tell us that. And what I would point out is distance learning was really a stage on our reopening. And so distance learning will not be continuing when we move to hybrid. That was a stage in which we are leaving behind as we move into hybrid. However, again, we do have a full online option available to families. That's been available to families since the summer to choose that. So wanted to really clear that up because we don't frankly have the capacity to do in-person learning and then ask our teachers to do distance learning as well. And so really distance learning was just a stage on that reopening. And so I also, as we talk a little bit about that reopening and hybrid, just to remind everybody of things I think that they're aware of, but it's good to say. We are doing this, and this has not been attempted. I mean, we have not attempted to operate our schools in a hybrid manner before. And so this is something that's new for everyone, just like distance learning was. And we want to just acknowledge that. And but we've worked, again, as I said, extremely hard to prepare and plan. We'll share some of that with you tonight, and as we have throughout the previous weeks. And what I will say is we begin on Monday in our hybrid model. Will it be perfect? No, it will not be perfect. Will we learn? Will we adjust? Absolutely. I can tell you in my 30 years as an educator, whether it was a teacher or as a principal, I prepared, I planned for that first day of school. I did everything I could. And no matter what happened, whether it was my first year as a teacher, my first year as a principal, there were things that I hadn't thought of, didn't think about, and I had to adjust and make changes. I can guarantee that on our first day back on campus this Monday, there will be things that we have to adjust, that we have to look at, and that will occur. And so we, again, ask our community to please continue to extend the grace and patience that you have to all of our staff as we work through this to make sure we have everything in place. And we saw this with distance learning on August 12th, where we had quite a few calls from families and students of how do I log in, and I need that access. And within a day or two, we had, for most students and families, worked those through, and distance learning went on as it did today. And so I am confident that we will work through those challenges and have folks really in a learning in a positive way. And I am extremely confident that we will improve as we go forward. And then I go back to distance learning. Much different experience this fall than we had last spring. Much more comprehensive, much different. And I am confident that our hybrid plan will evolve as well. As we work to figure this out, we will continue to get better. We will continue to evolve. I have so much confidence in our teachers and our staff because they care, they work hard, they're smart, that this will be the nature we take. And so it's good just to remind us that in distance learning, we've done this. We'll do it in hybrid as we reopen, and we're very, very confident of it. But, we do expect to have a few bumps in the road. That's normal as we have a first day of school, but we'll work to minimize those the best we can. So let me talk a little bit more about stage 2, which I had mentioned earlier, which is we are currently on Monday, we welcome back some students to our campuses. As we shared. And so we welcome back some groups of our special students with disabilities in our preschool, special day classes, and adult transition. I am pleased to report that I know some of the trustees have received emails, I've received emails, I've talked to people that were so excited to have their students back on campus, getting services. I'm so thankful for our staff that have been there providing those services. And so, we are pleased. Again, there were a few bumps in the road, but we're really pleased that those are going on. And we've also had some of our English learner students, some of our students with disabilities, and our TKK students having one-on-one assessments. And again, just appreciate that. And then it's just been, again, hearing the stories of so glad to see my students. Really missed them. Or the excitement of parents reporting, my kids are so excited. Just so glad to be back. And then we've also had some small groups at some of our Title I schools that have brought in a few groups in small group social distance to help them with distance learning because they just have had trouble getting in that continuity of learning, having that connectedness. So we've been in that stage 2 of small groups coming back in this week, and then next week we go to stage 3. So talking about stage 3, our return to hybrid, again, we can go into a lot of detail, and as we shared that we've been doing a lot of work. So we're continuing to plan to refine our hybrid phase of learning. One example of this is we looked at the work our teachers are doing, heard from teachers in distance learning. We have a survey out right now, and again, if you haven't filled that out, the students and the parents and the teachers and staff, please fill that out. We want to learn. But we looked in and said, our hybrid learning schedule, the one we had originally agreed to, we felt we needed to adjust it. And so we were very fortunate that we looked in, felt teachers are going to need a little bit more time or need some additional time to do collaboration and plan for that day when students aren't on campus, what we call that asynchronous day. And so in a really a spirit of collaboration, we reached out to our TPA, our labor partners, and approached them about looking to make some modifications. We agreed. And so we adjusted the schedule to give some additional time to teachers to collaborate and plan to make that synchronous day as strong as it can be. Because teachers are, again, teaching the kids in front of them, but then also having to provide some, the learning for students when they're at home. In some of those pieces, we think about with that. And again, our teachers will use their professional judgment to decide. And there's all kinds of ways that those will occur. There's things like some teachers will be providing projects for students to collaborate and work on, so a project approach. Other teachers will be what we call flipping the classroom, where they'll be providing some content to students, and then they'll be using the class time to discuss and go through that. And that could be in terms of a lecture or lesson they pre-recorded, or a video they're watching, or something they're reading, and they're flipping the learning. Others will be using that where they may actually have their laptop on, and they may be showing live to the students at home what the direct learning they're showing in their classroom. So the asynchronous time that students will be home will take a variety of ways and approaches, and that's normal. That's what happens in our schools every day, because we, again, have teachers that are professionals, they're innovative, and will use their best judgment to really work to make that asynchronous time, the time at home, be meaningful for our students. And what's great is they'll be paired with the in-person instruction. And so, again, we'll be getting feedback. We're committed to surveying students, parents, families, and staff as we go through this and getting feedback, making adjustments throughout the process. We're continuing to implement safety measures, whether they be the MERV 13 air filters, making sure that they're in place, safety and sanitation supplies being deployed, PPE, personal protective equipment, and on, a lot of those pieces that we know are critical to safely reopening. We have additional staff coming in to support the return to campus, whether our health aides, we've added hours to them to make sure our health offices are fully staffed. We've added an additional school nurse, custodial substitutes to help bring in some additional support and some additional aid time. So we're adding in some additional staff to help support some of those pieces as well. We've implemented a contact tracing system. We actually have a contact tracing hotline in the district, staffed by our LVNs, that we utilize to track. We follow the protocol that Placer County Public Health has put out of what to do, and we actually share that information with families this afternoon in an email. So if you haven't checked your email, you can click on those links and actually see all the documents that Placer County Public Health and Placer County Office of Education put out to guide us in what do we do if somebody is symptomatic? What do we do if somebody's exposed? And it walks through the steps, walks through the communication that'll come out. So for example, if a student has a symptom and they sent to the office and we determine that they should go home and isolate and recommend them getting tested, there is a letter that would go out to the staff, go out to the students in that cohort and families, informing them that somebody is symptomatic. And if then that person unfortunately tests positive, then another letter would go out, for example, informing folks that somebody was positive. Again, no names, because we protect the privacy of our students and staff. So we're having a lot of information going out, probably at some point more than people will want, but we want to err on that side. And so we have a robust contact tracing system that's in place and has been actually operating. And then we also have testing in place provided by our Placer County Public Health and Placer County Office of Education. And that testing site for school testing site has been open as of this Monday. And so that provides testing for any school employee that needs it because they're symptomatic or been exposed to positive. It's also available for our students that don't have insurance. And so we have also sent out tonight information on testing and where to access that for students and staff as well. There's also the free OptumServe site that the county operates right here at the library in Rockland. And the Placer County School Testing Center for South Placer is right here in Rockland at the CV Center. So a lot of things have gone in to prepare us to return to campus as well. And a lot of these have been centered around our school site plans. So we've asked our schools to work collaboratively with their teachers and their staff to come up with plans. Those are being implemented, whether they be social distancing on the campus, how to enter the campus, what to do at recess. Many of those details have been shared by our schools. Even some of the schools have some videos that you may have seen at back-to-school nights and things that just kind of really go into what are some of the details, what are some things that will be different as we return to on-campus instruction. And then on our next slide, on September 10th, we shared with families and staff a 24-page comprehensive RUSD school reopening document that has a lot of the details there. And we've also, again, shared updates just today with families on the importance of daily self-checks before you send your student to come into campus, and also the importance of face coverings and the requirements with that. The state of California, through the governor's executive orders and through the California Department of Public Health, has put in very strong requirements for face coverings in schools. And we are committed to following those. They're the law. And so we sent out information to our families regarding how that works, what those are, and we've had several requests come in around wanting exemptions. There is, if you have a medical or a health need, there is a process to follow. We've provided that information today and the forms today to work with families to do that. And then the law does state that if somebody just refuses to not want to follow the law, then we are required to exclude them. And so their options will be our full online option if we have room, or independent study. So we have a way to continue your education. It just won't be in person because that's what the guidelines require. So we'll work through an interactive process as families if they have questions, and that's all been outlined. But we did share that today, along with how we will handle asymptomatic students and staff and exposed students and staff, and just a ton of information there. I want to thank our county public health and Placer County Office of Education for the great work they've done in providing really comprehensive processes and documents that, again, our families and our staff can see in the information we sent out today. And then looking at distance learning, is we, again, have been in that. We continue to be in that today for most of our students. And we are committed to having a continuous learning mindset. And so, as I mentioned, we have a survey that's went out this Monday. It'll close this Friday. So again, if you haven't given us your feedback, please take time to do so. We want that feedback to know how to make changes, what needs to be improved. It's important for us to have that because even after we return to in-person learning, most likely we will need distance learning, whether we have a cohort or a class closed. And so knowing how to make those improvements will be very helpful to us. And so, again, we appreciate your feedback on that. And again, we'll just continue to, throughout the year, we'll be giving you more surveys than you probably ever want, but it's a key way for us to continue to improve and make modifications. And that really leads into this next slide on planning in a dynamic environment. And I've highlighted a couple areas. This is a familiar slide, is that we will continue, I can absolutely guarantee you, in this middle bullet, additional actions will be added and modified during implementation. That could be as soon as the first day, it could be as, a month in. But we are committed to doing that because we want to have the best outcome we can for our students. And we also, this really, to me, speaks to what I call humble leadership. We have to be humble enough as leaders, as professionals, whether we're, the superintendent, a teacher, custodian, whomever, to be willing to take feedback, willing to learn. And so this really is kind of that humbleness of the leadership of we will modify and add as needed. And again, no plan is final. It will continue to evolve. And I think there's nothing more true in this last 6 months that evidences that. So the next steps is we'll be implementing our phase 3 of, as I mentioned, of hybrid learning model on September 21st. We're going to continue to communicate to stakeholders, continue to collaborate with our labor partners, and continue to learn and adapt. And there is one more bullet I probably should have added, is we do have a special board meeting on September 29th. That's a Tuesday, not a Wednesday, September 29th, at our regular time of 6:30. And at that meeting, the board will be taking up, as it shared it would in July, what in-person learning will look like for the quarter 2 of our year. And so that, if you're interested in that, I'm sure you'll want to watch that meeting, but that will be September 29th. The details are currently on our website about that, if you need more information. So with that, President Miller, trustees, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have regarding my report.
Thank you, Roger. Colleagues, questions? So as you're formulating your questions, one thing that I do want to point out to folks, just for clarity's sake, so as Superintendent Stock said, we are opening schools for hybrid this Monday, and we are fully moving in that direction. And just so there's no confusion, there's no vote tonight. We're having a conversation. We're learning about what's going on. We're discussing it. On the 29th, as Roger said, we will talk about moving forward, what it would look like. But tonight is just a conversation, so I don't want anyone expecting a vote. There is no vote tonight. The decision's already been made to move forward with hybrid learning. So with that, Derek? Yeah?
Yeah.
Great.
So and again, thank you, Roger. Thanks again to all your staff, to the custodial staff, the teachers, the principals, everybody, the administrative staff, everybody having to work through this challenge. I know it's easy to say from here, it's easy to say in life, oh, we'll all work through it, but I know that the candle's been burned at both ends. I know people are working through it. Craig, I have just a few questions because I know there was a lot of things with regards to different tasks and things when we were going through this. Was it three meetings ago where we talked about all the different facilities type things that your team was working on. So, and I know Roger talked about it a little, but I know some of the things came up. There was sanitation equipment that was put in place, and then the filters that were put in place. So just, again, looking for the confirmation of, are all the things kind of checked off the list? Do we still have any gaps? Is there anything we still need to work on? Where are we at with that stuff? So.
Good evening. Yeah, so I'll start with the filters,
Okay.
the MERV 13 filters. So quite the process just to land the filters. Our team did a phenomenal job locating them, drove down to the Bay Area, picked them up, got them back up here. Our maintenance staff went all hands on and in the smoke and the heat and got them over 2,000 filters installed in about a week and a half, almost 2 weeks, along with maintaining the work order system that we had going on, because they just didn't stop, taking care of the district. And so they were peeling off throughout the day as the crisis came up and opportunities to fix things throughout the district. So once we got the filters in, there was a little disconnect on information that came from the maintenance staff as far as exactly what was installed. As of today, every classroom and building has the MERV 13 filters installed, except for the Rockland Elementary Clark Dominguez Gym. It's the City of Rockland Joint Use Building. Those filters were back ordered for the second time. We just found that out the other day. And as we've been going through this process, on our construction projects and really everything we've been ordering and waiting for suppliers and vendors to get their materials to us, nothing's been holding. So things are pushed out. You get what you get. The packing slips don't match what come in. So we're really dealing with that with the Rukla expansion project in the elementary school and all of our deferred maintenance projects. And it affected us on the filters too. So those have been ordered. And as soon as they come in, the last few filters, I believe there's 6 of them on that building that will go in as soon as they come in. So I really want to put a shout out and of the hard work and efforts from our team to do that, to knock that out. As far as our supplies and maintenance or PPE going out, we've done a great job securing the PPE as we've gone through this process. We've actually made some of the neck drape face masks in-house because they were so far out, and we're going to make a couple hundred more as the needs come and we start hearing the concerns from folks on the campuses. We have plenty of masks, gloves. We have the hand sanitizer pumps that we received from the state of California. We received over 22,000 of the 8-ounce bottles. Each classroom will have those. The wall mounts will go in as soon as they come in, hopefully the next day or two. And then as far as cleaning supplies, each classroom has a bottle of the Oxivir virus disinfectant that we've been talking about over the past few months. And we chose this product because it dries in 1 minute. And it's the data safety sheet says that you don't have to wear gloves, and it's the safest product that we could put out there to help on the cleaning and get the fastest turnaround for when you put the product down, as classes are changing and we're wiping down the multi-purpose room tables, to get folks in and out in a timely manner. The custodial staff, as Roger mentioned, we have opened up the sub pool for custodians. We're hoping to get that built back up over the next few weeks. We've also reached out to a couple of our grounds folks who have custodial background, and they've agreed to jump in and help us out on custodial cleaning for the first few weeks until we build up our sub pool. They're going to start on Monday and help us out, and it's really great to see everyone jumping in where the needs are. They didn't even hesitate when I asked them, hey, can you help us out and switch over and help some custodial work for a few days. So that'll help build up our support staff for the custodians. And we've always talked about, since we've rolled this out, being flexible. And, there's a lot of, fear out there from all of our folks, and we've changed what our custodial staff has done over the past 20 years. And folks have been there doing the same thing year after year after year. So now we're saying we're going to roll out this new format and system, wipe down all touchable surfaces, empty the trash, vacuum when time allows. And so we're working through that with our staff, assuring them that we're giving them the supplies, the support, and equipment that they need to make this adjustment, and support the teachers and the principals and staff on the sites too. So I'm feeling really good about where we're at right now. As we roll into next week, as Roger was saying, there's going to be some changes. But we're fully ready to go out there and find the hot spots for cleaning and sanitizing that we need to do. And I believe we have enough staff members to do that, to cover that.
So thank you very much, and again, extreme thank you to your team. I know they bust their butts doing all that stuff and going through that. I can say from the supply standpoint, and this is speaking from the Quest Diagnostics side, I know our testing supplies and our supply chains, we're, multi-billion-dollar corporation, whatever, we are still working hand to mouth, because as you test, everyone else tests, and supplies are out. So it's nothing on you. I would assume anybody in industry right now is working through, if you're anything related to COVID, you are trying to find everything you can anytime you can. So I commend you for the effort. Thank you, and keep going strong, and whatever we can do to help your guys.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Derek. So let's continue with questions. I do want to say to colleagues, my intention here is that we'll all ask our questions. We'll then go to public comment, and then I'll have a chance to come around again if you want to make a general comment about where we are. And before I go to the next question, let me just sort of say, for those of you who are watching at home, if you're on the Zoom and you want to make a public comment, you don't want to write one, but you actually want to speak to us with Zoom, you have to raise your hand in the Zoom to let us know, otherwise you will not be called on. So please, if you want to make a comment, raise your hand so the folks know that you want to speak. Any other questions? Rochelle?
Yeah, thank you for the report, Roger, and all the information. It's awesome to hear how distance learning has gone, and as we transition to hybrid, I know there's been a lot of angst for families about the asynchronous time. So you talked about flipping classrooms and project work. Could you also talk about those families that are interested, and also the teachers that are interested in doing streaming?
Right, and as I shared, Trustee Price, that, there is not a one-size-fits-all approach, and so just like teachers do in our normal environment, is that they will adjust, make their best decisions for the students in front of them about the way learning occurs. And a teacher may use a multitude of strategies throughout a week, throughout a course, of a term, for the learning to occur. And as I mentioned, it could be flipping, could be project-based, could be just, good old-fashioned, read this, think about it, write some information. But one of the options available through technology is streaming. And so if you think about it, in distance learning, all of our teachers have used their computer to share, to complete distance learning. And so there, are teachers that may choose to feel that one of the best ways to approach learning for their students at home is to stream what they're doing, or some portion of that lesson to students, that are sitting at home. And it's not the idea that we want to have that there's a camera running throughout an entire class period. Like, nobody's thinking, let's just turn on a camera and let it run. But a teacher may decide, and we have some that I know that are trying that out, to say, it might be helpful if I stream the 20 minutes I'm teaching these new math concepts to the kids in person, or a teacher saying, we're going to go over this, reading piece, and I want to show students 15 minutes of that. And they have that option through, they can open up the camera on their laptop, and they have that option to go ahead and stream that to students. It's not a requirement, but it is an option available to teachers. And I have no doubt teachers throughout, while we're in this hybrid phase, will try all kinds of different things, and each teacher will try what they think is best for their students. But that is an option for them. We did share some information with teachers about some of the requirements, like we don't want you recording students, because for their privacy, and we, also shared a few best tips if they choose to do that.
Great, thank you for clarifying.
Do you mind if because I want to talk about that issue. Do you mind if I jump in real quick and then?
Yeah.
Okay. So I appreciate that. So my understanding is that we have a memorandum of understanding with the teachers around what can be done in hybrid and what can be done in distance, and it's different. And so we do not have agreement around using that we would mandate.
Correct.
Yeah, screen grabs, thank you. So I will say, and I do also want to say as I begin this, I mentioned this months ago, a desire to have this happen, is with all humility, we don't know. I mean, I start with the belief that if we can do instruction over a 5-day period and people can watch from home on their off day and they can continue instruction so you don't have to repeat a lesson, it's going to be better. But I don't know because it's never been done. And so I do think it's important that we recognize that we have to figure this out. So I think we have a moment in time now where it is a choice by some teachers that I hope and believe and know some are actually going to take us upon. I want to make sure that we're using that wisely and that we're documenting what we're learning. So we understand that we're treating this as a very clear pilot. Those who are willing to do it, we understand. And what I'm ultimately trying to get is, what do we know about student learning during that period? And if you are able to move further in the curriculum or go deeper as a result of more time because you're able to be synchronous with both kids. And again, I think the important thing also is this notion of, I think we can all agree that I'm gonna make a bet that not having it on is not gonna be best. I'm gonna equally say that having it on for the entire class period is not what we wanna do. So where it is in the middle, and I think teachers need to find what's comfortable for them. And so the ability to know, I'm gonna report to folks at home and now I'm gonna close it and I'm gonna deal with the kids in the class, and that is appropriate as well. So, but rather than us just saying we think it should be 25 minutes, let's use this time to try to understand what it ought to be, what we can learn from it, what we can understand about works, and then try to come back so when we can make a more informed decision as we think about, because I'm sure there's going to be multiple places with our MOU that we're going to know more, and so we're going to want to reconsider. And so I think this is one that we should really lead in, because the final thing I'll say is it's just a logical, I'll talk later about the concern around that asynchronous day that I think everyone in the community shares, and it just hits you as logical if we can use that asynchronous day by being in the classroom virtually, by still staying socially distanced, still respecting that is going to be a place that we want to move for kids.
Right, and I appreciate that, President Miller, and I do recall the board's sharing that interest, as far back as June, and it's something that I've been talking to staff around, putting together a pilot piece that we can look at, and it reminds me of, that it's not unusual that we have teachers in the state kind of do teacher research, and I can remember as a teacher at UC Davis doing teacher research, and I think this is that piece of how do we support teachers and they're trying something, and to support them in figuring those things out, because ultimately what I hear you saying is you want to support teachers in trying to figure this out. What recommendations do we come up with as a best practice for colleagues and to look at to maybe help guide us? And that's something I think we do have a unique space to work to do that. So I'll work with staff and we'll work to see if we can put together a pilot that of folks that are volunteering, wanting to do this, and help facilitate them having those conversations and seeing what works, whether it's is it time, is it technology, is it different things that they didn't, and there may be things that they don't work, and there are things that do, and I know
Absolutely,
that the
things that
board
don't
is
work.
absolutely open to hearing, this does work, this doesn't work, and so
Absolutely.
that's something that we'll work to do as we move through this year, because it definitely, will be something I think that I hear the board's interest in wanting to have us report back.
Great. Thank you.
I love that we've given our teachers this option, because we really do empower people when we give them the space to be creative, and that's where, we can see a lot of positive results, so.
And Frank, our teachers actually, even before all this COVID pandemic, we've had teachers that have used a flipped learning approach, that have recorded, say, this lesson in AP World History or in this math piece, and they've made it available to students. And so, that's not an unusual feature of teachers using technology to have learning available. And so I think that that's something that, we will have folks very interested in wanting to explore. And again, our goal, even in our agreement, and I appreciate this agreement we have in our MOU with RTPA, is the goal was to not put a ceiling on what folks could do as professionals, but really was to put a floor of saying, this is kind of the guardrails of what we expect to occur in the learning, but we're not going to limit you. But we are going to have, here's an agreed upon expectation, but we also don't want to limit. So it's really, I think, what I really appreciate about the work we did together was we put floors, not ceilings, on the work.
Apologies for that interruption. Rochelle, do you want to keep going? Do you have more questions? Camille? Eric? Okay. So let me think how we want to do this. Do you have a preference of listening to folks first or reading first? I haven't had a chance to look, so we do need to take a break to read. Do you want to... You want to listen first and then read? Okay, great. Chief Capper, then if you are ready, we would love to take verbal public comment now, and then after that, we will take a 5 or 10 minute recess to read and then reconvene and continue the conversation. So, Chief Capper, do we have...
Yes, we
No,
do,
this is
President
COVID.
Miller.
This is for the COVID item, right. And I will say, also, sorry, Diana, but I will say that, I already reading the very first item, it's miswritten, which it says non-agenda, but it clearly is on the COVID agenda, so we'll have to sort of sort that through as well. Okay, sorry, Chief Capra.
Thank you, President Miller. Again, we have several folks waiting to comment. Please raise your hand using the button if you have comments for the COVID update, and this includes comments you may want to share about school reopening. Our first comment comes from Dr. Curtis Borton, who lives in Rockland, and on deck will be Molly Ryan, but first, Dr. Curtis Borton.
All right, sorry about that, I was muted. All right, hey, longtime listener, first time caller. First off, Camille, I want to say Chris Maben's one of my favorite people in the world, so just want to put that out there. Thank you for allowing me to address the board this evening. I would like to express a couple of points of concern. I'm sorry for having to read from a script, but I don't want my frustration and quite frankly, my anger or even fury over this situation to pull me too far off topic. Before I do that, I want to acknowledge that I know teachers and other classified staff, of course, are doing the best and will always do more with less resources, so that's awesome. So this isn't meant to as any type of disparagement against any of the teachers or any of the administration. My specific point tonight is to ask the board to consider a few changes to the plan in your discussions later. It is clear that there are very volatile opinions on the topic of COVID-19. There are people that have taken this seriously and some people that do not. Even during a school board meeting, a couple school board meetings ago, we had a school board member who said that we should treat people who are not willing to wear masks with kindness and respect, even though they are not doing the same thing, which I would argue their actions, that being the people that won't wear masks, show them to have lack of any respect and or kindness. It is my concern by allowing the wellness checks in the plan to occur at home instead of screenings at classroom doors or schools, you are trusting the very people who don't believe in the science to make decisions for my family. This is quite ridiculous. The very families that choose to expose themselves and their children because they have decided the virus is not serious are being trusted to make decisions that affect the children of families that have worked hard to follow science-driven protocols. I feel that you should really take this power to kill our vulnerable citizens away from these families who just don't seem to care. Finally, as elected representatives of the community, please take your roles seriously as guardians of the welfare of our children and their teachers. Please put their welfare ahead of the desires of some parents who just don't want their kids in their house anymore because they began to realize teaching is way harder than running, I don't know, Quest Diagnostics. Just kidding, but we were just talking that we hear about Quest Diagnostics every time, so I'm throwing that one out there to show I was paying attention. So again, please do the best you can, but I know that it is a hard situation, and I know you guys have a lot to work on, and I know Dr. Stock has got a lot of decisions to make here, but I really think that bowing down to these particular people's will is really, really dangerous. My kids love their teachers. I don't want to have to attend any teacher funerals. So thank you very much for allowing me time tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Borden. Up next, we have Molly Ryan, and after her will be Leah Seabrook, but first, Molly Ryan.
At the last board meeting, Board Member Price graciously said that some teachers are possibly working more hours in distance learning than in a traditional setting. As a self-contained 6th grade teacher of only 27 students, 5 fewer than average for me, I am working more than 10 hours outside of my contract each week, just Monday through Friday. As a first-year teacher, I committed to setting a work-life boundary. Work stays at work. I am not one to accept mediocrity. I refuse to teach the same thing in the same way year after year. So even in a quote-unquote normal year, you can find my car in the parking lot Friday afternoons prepping for the next week's lessons. But my evenings and my weekends were mine. Not anymore. You took them. Sorry. You took them with the professional courtesy of communicating with me 10 minutes prior to sharing your plans with the public at large. You committed to the parents of this community that hybrid would occur with only a 2-week notice, but you couldn't be bothered to check that all requirements agreed upon in the MOU had been complied with. You made this commitment prior to the completion of filter installation. You made this commitment prior to the installation of approved wall-mounted hand sanitizers. You made this commitment prior to fulfilling the necessary custodial staffing. Folks keep saying that returning to school is what's best for kids, a return to normalcy. This won't be normal. Your children can play with the same ball at recess, but not before school with students in other classes, and only in their designated zone with a mask on, avoiding all physical contact. They can't share materials or sit facing each other because social distancing is somehow feasible in my classroom. Half of their classmates will be at home working on assignments that I was given 60 whole minutes to prepare. I also need to support my at-home students during that time. Oh, and I need to prepare for the next day's in-person ELA, math, science, social studies, and intervention lessons. It is the Wednesday before hybrid begins, and we, RUSD, are scrambling to meet the Monday deadline. Does that make you, RUSD, proud? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Molly. Up next, we have Leah Seabrook. Sorry about that. Just want to make sure Miss Leah Seabrook is up next.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Good evening, students, members of the board, Superintendent Stock, and parents. It isn't enough. Whatever your plans are, they are not enough. What you have done is provided administration, staff, and faculty a Herculean task that is going to result in illness and possibly death. Part of the reason our numbers are low is because we have kept people separated. There was recently a 60-person wedding in Maine that resulted in the deaths of 7 people, none of whom attended the event. The efforts are valiant, but sometimes they aren't enough in the face of this unprecedented time. I want to be clear. I made a promise that I would protect students. My speaking today is part of that, to give their concerns a voice. They are worried, very worried. I ask that you listen to them. Most of all, I want to express my concern, as someone who has only rarely left her house since March, that the vitriol targeted at teachers is weighing heavily on us. No, we are not lazy. In fact, most of us are working 12 to 14-hour days. We are advocating for the safety of your children and our own families. For example, Once school starts on Monday and I come into contact with my students, many of whom work in the service industry, I will be barred from seeing my sick father. If something happens to him, there will be little I can do. I will not be able to go to him. I have preserved my health for him, but that decision won't matter anymore. You got to vote on whether or not I can help my family. I ask that the board use its power wisely, that the board takes the recent resignation of our public health officer seriously, that the board understands that moving kids from one schedule to another as an experiment is disruptive, and that the board realizes the gravity of consequences that some of the community will ultimately face. You currently sit in a room at least 2.5 times the size of my classroom, and you've limited it to 20 occupants. I will have 20 in my room next week in one of my class periods. None of you are wearing masks. I will be expected to wear a mask for 8 hours at a time, as will our scholars. I need you to model the behavior we expect of our students. All I ask is that my life and that of my family and students also be valued. I need you to understand that I want to be back in my room, but this is not the "I told you so" that anyone wants to utter. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Teresa Landon, and following Teresa Landon will be Leon Atkinson Dermott. First, Teresa Landon.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I'm just going to start with a quote that I read recently. A good measure of a nation's character is how it treats its educators. A good measure of a family's character is how it treats its educators. And then might I add to these words, a good measure of a board's character is how it treats its teachers and employees. I want to thank you, Roger, for clearing up some of the rumors that have been swirling around in our community this evening. It saddens me that the source of some of these rumors are sitting before us tonight. It has become painfully apparent that there are some on this board that think it is okay to actively scapegoat our teachers behind closed doors. There's ample evidence that particular trustees are spreading rumors to their neighbors and friends that the teachers are to blame and the sole reason that we can't return to school 5 days a week. This is a gross misrepresentation of the truth, and this behavior is unbecoming of a trustee member. It is wrong to engage in disparaging our employees and spreading rumors that negatively characterize our teachers. I want leaders who will work together with teachers, classified workers, and district staff to build trust, not those that would blame shift, point fingers, and stir up resentment towards those who so lovingly serve our children. So let's address these rumors head on. First, there are many in the community saying that there are only 2 board members who want our kids back at school 5 days a week. This is false. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that every single board member wants our kids back 5 days a week. Superintendent Stock, I'm sure, wants our kids back 5 days a week. The teachers and staff all want our kids back 5 days a week. So what is the problem? Why aren't we back? Some of the board members up there completely leave this part out. We aren't back because we can't be back. It would not be fiscally responsible and it would not be safe. I would ask that the district staff explain to the board what happened with Assembly Bill 1384 and why we must move forward with great caution. I would ask that district staff explain the legal ramifications of opening up too soon or not following safety guidelines. I also ask that the board and public be informed of what we must do to maintain our insurance coverage. Board members, after hearing these concerns, are you still willing to throw caution to the wind and appease the cries of angry parents? Are you going to neglect your duty to listen to our financial, legal, and health experts on this matter? Are you willing to jeopardize our insurance coverage and possibly bankrupt our district if someone gets sick and then files a lawsuit? I'm genuinely curious to know, are you unaware of these issues, or are these, have they not been shared to you? Or, on the other hand, are you aware and you honestly just want to take that gamble of possibly losing our insurance and sacrificing the financial stability of our district? We already have had to reduce teaching staff and move kids around in classes. You know we are in very challenging financial times. Do you honestly choose to risk people's jobs, people's lives, possibly, to prove a point? I urge you to refrain from undermining your employees in this district and instead consider and heed the recommendations of your excellent cabinet and staff that is sitting before you. I urge the public to keep up the good work, to mask up, to keep engaging in safe practices. Our numbers have come down significantly since summer. I believe that if we all work
Teresa,
together—
that's 3 minutes. If you could wrap, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep. I believe that if we all work together, we can bring down the community spread and bring the numbers and get our kids back to school. I just hope that we don't jeopardize anyone's health or our fiscal responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Landon. Up next, Leon Atkinson Derman. Leon Atkinson Derman is up next, and then we'll hear from Sylvia Bond. Leon, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you.
Hi there. I just wanted to say that we moved here for the schools in Rockland, and we have not been disappointed. You guys have been doing a fantastic job. However, I just wanted to say that regarding the COVID situation, despite the school's best efforts to provide a safe environment for our children, the data from other schools that have already opened unfortunately shows us that it is simply not possible to send kids back to the classroom safely until a viable vaccine is widely available. Though we are aware there is an RBC option, our 3 kids are already entrenched and thriving in the distance learning model at Whitney High and Granite Oaks. Some of our older kids have invested considerable time and effort into specialized tracks of classes which are simply not offered at RBC, such as sports medicine. We understand that it is currently not possible for the teachers to Zoom with kids at home while simultaneously teaching in the classroom. We asked the board to consider a third option in which kids can stay in their current classes and receive and submit assignments online, much as they currently do in distance learning. This option has the benefit of reducing the number of kids in the classroom and decreasing the risk to our community of COVID-19 spreading. This option would not be forcing anyone to do anything they are not comfortable with, but would be a great option for families where distance learning has been a success and would not require the teachers to do any more that they are already doing. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Sylvia Bond. Again, Sylvia will be our last speaker, but we do have a reminder to please raise your hand using that button if you have comments for COVID update. This includes those comments you may want to share about school opening. But next is Sylvia Bond.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
So the statement, "There will be bumps in the road," is very understandable, especially if you prepared all you can. And I know that you have done such extensive work as the board and as staff to provide so much information and to try to safely get our kids into school. It has been impeccable and appreciated. However, I still wonder if we are truly as prepared as we can be because of 2 reasons. One, you already touched on the concern of the learning loss with the hybrid model and the asynchronous stay. I personally am all for the streaming to be the standard so the students can get a full 5 days of learning. But I kind of had to switch my notes around because you talked about that, Rick, and I appreciate that. And one of the things you said is it's never been done. Actually, it has. It's been done since August 12th, and it can continue to do so, just the way that it is. It would just continue. And I appreciate the last speaker's idea of those that don't want to go in can just continue that model. So maybe that's something we think about. And that leads me to my next point. Guys, there's still a lot of conversation to be had about this, but you're expecting the teachers to be ready by Monday. That is not feasible. You're going, and this is going to affect the kids and the teachers and the morale and all of the above. So if there's still discussion to be made and we can't decide on it now before Monday, we're not ready. Point number 2, we're still hearing that teachers do not have the equipment needed to properly sanitize. Is this in place or not? We are trusting you to deliver what you have so carefully prepared. Is it in place for Monday or not? If not, we're not ready. You have a group of students that have to choose RBC. You know, we hear it all the time. Well, you should have chosen RBC. Well, as stated before, the high schoolers, this was not an option. They did not provide the electives that most of them want, especially sports medicine, which is my daughter fell into. So we had to choose distance learning. So you have a group who are in distance learning that would rather not be, and we're trusting you to be honest and to not move forward until you have prepared all you can do so that the bumps in the road are not ones that we saw in the distance and could have been avoided. Please consider that if If it's still a conversation to be had, we're not ready yet. I'm all for moving forward, just when we're ready. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bond. Next up is Daniela Zimmerman.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Stock, and parents and students. I'm teaching distance learning at Whitney High School this year, and it's actually going very, very well. My attendance has been through the roof, and my rate of students who are passing the class at this point is higher than it's ever been. So it's actually very effective, and I feel like my students and I are making good progress. I worry about a number of things trying to go back to campus this soon. I think it's too soon, and I don't think we're ready. One is that it is too soon and we'll be jerked back into distance learning, and that is going to be very, very disruptive to the learning process. I will be spending less time with each of my students if we go to the hybrid model each week. Secondly, myself and others we're more vulnerable if we do get COVID, and that is very, very scary, to be honest. And this idea of figuring it out as we go is rather horrifying and unacceptable, because we're talking about people's lives, actually talking about people's lives. I don't know if any of you know anyone who has passed away from COVID, but I do. And yeah, it's not a rumor, it's actually a thing. The fact that we won't know if someone in our class tests positive because we can't share that information because it is private, that is also not very reassuring. And I had a student that was diagnosed, it was tested positive. I told the board, I told the administration, nobody contacted me to find out the name of the student or anything until I then told my principal the name of the student. Then I was told that the school nurse was then going to do what she does, quote unquote. And I don't fault my principal for that. Students are also concerned, families are concerned. There isn't room in the classroom, at least in the one I've been assigned, for me to stand in front of the class and teach. I will be at my desk. I just saw that Placer Unified School District has opened, and they actually have barriers for all staff and students. And they also have a no-touch thermometer that students can walk up to when they get to campus. I think there's other things that we could do to put in place to make it safer. I'm really scared. And I've been having a lot of anxiety, and it's hard to concentrate and be a good teacher when you have those things going on. And I love to teach. I'm good at it. Please just let me teach. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zimmerman. Up next, Dan Parker.
Hello. Thank you for hearing me. I just have a couple things to say. I'm just a bit confused about the whole thing. When we go back to, or go into the hybrid, because I'm not allowed to move around my classroom because we're going to be crammed in there, I'm going to be sitting at my desk teaching a lesson, but basically the same way I'm teaching it distance learning. The only difference that I can see is when we go back to the hybrid, now there's a risk of death. I can get it. I'm an older gentleman. People in my house have health issues. It's not an issue right now in distance learning. On Monday, it will be an issue. The schedule is very confusing and disruptive. And once again, it's going to be basically the same thing, but with the risk of death. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. And that concludes, oh, sorry, we have one more in. Carissa, go ahead.
Hi, so my name is Carissa Keene, and I teach at Whitney High School. I teach science at Whitney High School. First, I just want to second Dr. Borton's comments, Seabrook's comments, Parker's comments. I just want to offer my support there as well. First, I love my job. I love my kids that I teach. I'm currently teaching anatomy, and they are amazing kids. I am working my tail off every day to complete customized curriculum, to create relevant and engaging activities, while I'm also combating the massive amounts of scientific misinformation that is rampant in this community, while I'm also combating racism that is in this community and showing up in my classroom, right? Your teachers have so much on their plates right now that they are trying to handle in their classes, in addition to the inordinate amount of stress that this shift to hybrid learning is creating for my students. I have students, they are freaking out with the uncertainty, with what's gonna happen with their classes. They are extremely concerned, as are their families, right? We are juggling all of this because we are also responsible for the social emotional wellness of our students and checking in with them and knowing how they are doing, which I want to do because I want to make sure that they're okay, right? And then we get thrown this curveball of, hey, in 10 minutes, we're telling the entire community that we are going to hybrid learning in 2 weeks, okay? My concern, of course, is the safety of our students. I'm extremely concerned and nervous that I'm placing my life and the lives of my students in the hands of people who currently are refusing to follow the California state law to wear a mask in this public setting, at this public event, and in this public building. That concerns me immensely, that we are placing our lives in those hands. I am very concerned for my students, particularly not only the shift to hybrid, but also that in just another couple weeks, you're going to be talking about potentially going back to a full schedule before we even have all of the data in of what's happening now that our kids are coming into contact with each other, even though they're not supposed to, right? Now that we're in the classrooms again, and again, risking our lives, okay? I live by myself. If I get COVID, there is nobody to take care of me. There's nobody to take care of my animals. And as Dr. Borton said, like, I would be horrified. I do not want my students to have to worry about coming to a teacher's funeral, okay? I really would urge the board to consider very carefully the science in making these decisions, okay? It is the science that we need to be listening to, not to people that believe that COVID is a myth and that a mask violates their personal rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keene, and that does conclude the number of folks who would like to comment during this item.
Great, thank you, Chief Capra. Okay, what I'm gonna do is, it is 7:37 on my watch. I'm gonna take a break to 7:45, if that works for folks. So I actually don't know how much there is reading, but let's try to get through it relatively quickly, and so we'll take a preview for 7:45. Ryan, if you can hear me in the back, if we can put up a slate on the YouTube to let people know we'll be back at 7:45, that'd be great. So let's recess till 7:45. Okay, I think I call the board meeting back into session. Thank you all for your patience as we read through these notes. And just to be clear, also, if you go through our agenda, these are available to any member of the public as well to read what their fellow citizens are writing. So with that, why don't we open up? I imagine there could be two things going on. We'll call on you as often as you want to have this conversation, but I imagine that these questions we got from the public may have raised additional questions for you that you want to talk to staff about, so you're welcome to do that, or you're welcome to just make any comment in general as we move through this item. And a reminder to the public, this is not, we are not voting, we're just simply discussing this item. So with that, are there any questions folks have?
So I think just to cycle back, just to square some things away, as far as communication process, I know there was a document that was put out by PCOE, and if I can use the example of, Ben Counter gets infected type thing, but like just to walk through the process of what would happen at a grade school, what would happen at a junior high, what would happen at a high school, and just to walk through that I think would satisfy or at least calm some people to understand that there is a process and we will work through some things.
Right, and so just referring back to the guidance documents that we received from the county that we've shared with the community, is that there's two scenarios that we could share. First is a student that, or a staff member that exhibits symptoms. And there's a whole list of symptoms that Public Health, California Department of Public Health have published. So if a student or a staff member is exhibiting symptoms, we would want the staff member, for example, to let their supervisor know, and then we would want them to go home and quarantine and get tested at our school testing site. If it's a student that's exhibiting those symptoms, we would want them to go to the health office. And then we have at each site not only have our normal health office, but we've identified a secondary location in case we have more than one student who could really fit in our health offices, to have a space to be spaced and to be, held. We would contact the parent, ask the parent to come pick up the child, take them home, quarantine them per the instructions we have, and then have the child tested. And then there's a whole testing options available as well. And so we would send out a notice to the staff to make sure they're aware that there's kind of what we call pre-exposure notice. Somebody had symptoms, want them to be aware, and also to the cohort. So it could be a cohort in elementary, might be the A group if they're in person that day. And so that would, and we would follow the protocols for the time of quarantining and then the testing regimen as well that's outlined.
So wait, I'm going to stop just to make sure we're crystal clear. So if you're exposed, if a child is exposed, the entire staff in school will be told that the child was exposed, and the cohort of families will be told.
Right, and right now, and I was just outlining somebody has symptoms, so we're
I'm
symptomatic.
sorry, if they're symptomatic.
Right, so I'll go to the actual
all right, so that's-
exposure, because
but if
there's
they're
two
symptomatic,
real
great.
pieces. And then I would invite, my colleagues to, jump in because we're all, we're really at this because we're reading the documents and going, we have them outlined.
Appreciate that. But one thing was raised during public comment, this notion that you cannot, for privacy reasons, say when someone is, that's just not accurate. And I want to make sure that we're clear that the parents will know if something
Right, and when we say we're informing the cohort, we mean families in that. Will be notified, and then that's a pre-exposure notice. Somebody, and then the symptoms, to be very honest, could be fever, sore throat, runny nose. Those sound a lot like cold symptoms. But again, being cautious, we want to make sure folks know. We call that a pre-exposure notice. And frankly, that's a level beyond what the county calls for, but we just want folks to know. And then we would inform employees at the site so that's occurred. And then the quarantining pieces, we would follow the regimen. It's outlined here. It's a 10 days from the symptom onset. They would quarantine if they were symptomatic, and then we want them to get tested. And we have places for that to occur, whether you have insurance or you don't, you have a provider or not. And for our school employees, we have a dedicated center set up by the county that works, takes the insurance. There's, all that is, they go online, make the appointment, and the test turnaround time is, that 48 to 72 hours. So it's a quick turnaround. And appointments same day typically, we were reporting. exposure. So now we have another situation of I've been exposed to somebody that's tested positive. So this could have been the student or staff member that was sent home, could have been somebody in their family that was exposed positive to a positive case. And then in that case, then we would notify the staff at a school that there is a student or staff member.
And I'm sorry, just again, exposure is the notion of, that was the 15 minutes, 6 feet or less? Or
Yes,
15
so
more minutes?
exposure is defined as 6 feet or closer for
For
15 minutes
or more.
Or more.
So passing in a hallway someone is not exposure, but sitting next to someone for a class period
Correct.
would be. Even if you're both wearing masks, if you're
Even
within
if
six-
you're both
okay.
wearing masks.
If
and
you're
that's
within
the
6
piece-
feet of each other, okay.
Right, and so that's where, in our elementary classes, for example, we have, we have that cohort that'll go to recess in their cohort and those pieces. And so if there's a student that's exposed, that cohort, that class, would be notified that they were exposed to somebody that's positive tested. Those students also would then be quarantined and would be advised to get tested as well. And we have letters from the county public health office that we would send out that gives the information that's needed. Also, staff members at a school site would be informed that somebody has been exposed to it. There's a exposure of a positive case, so they would be aware as well. And then any staff member that fell in that range that needs to be quarantined, they may have been within 6 feet, 15 minutes, would give an instruction to go and quarantine and test. But everybody at the site would be informed there was a positive case. So we really want to make sure we're doing even more notification that's required. And again, we have the templates, the letters.
Again,
are
everyone at the
there.
site means parents and teachers.
Yeah, and so we would tell the parents in that cohort that needs to know there's been an exposed case. And so and then we don't give out the name of the student to families and pieces because of that privacy that needs to be held, that we're required to do. But we have worked out, and we also have staffed a contact tracing center with LVNs. There's a hotline actually for the health clerk to call in at the school to the tracking pace so that we are recording that. We're reporting to public health. We're giving instructions and letters out to the families of students and to employees, and we're connecting them to the testing they need. So that's been in place, that's been operating because we have had some exposure. We have had some of that as we've been just in the last couple weeks. And so that isn't something that will be up and going. It's something that's currently in place now. We've sent out pre-exposure letters. We've sent out letters when we've had a couple cases of exposure. And so that process is already being implemented. It's not theoretical. And so that would be, so there is a process. And again, to help families understand that and have that, we sent out literally today the information that we received from the county that yesterday so that they can see exactly what the scenario, what the actions are, and so they can, have that at their fingertips as well. We also included a kind of one page at a glance, so you didn't have to have multiple pages from the county of what we would do in Rockland Unified of one or more symptoms, close contact, positive test, symptoms negative, and a symptoms no test. So we have outlined all those different scenarios so that in a way we want our families and our staff to know what to expect, not be wondering about what to expect. And so, and then we are also very thankful that Placer County, Public Health has put together a line for school nurses, school-related personnel to contact.
Sorry, I apologize.
If they have questions.
Yeah, so, okay, so someone gets quarantined, God forbid someone gets it, and they have to, for whatever reason, they're in quarantine. Educationally, what happens to that child?
So
Are they just without school for 14 days, or how does that work?
So if the entire cohort is quarantined, then we move into distance learning, which we've been doing, and that's assuming that the teacher's able to do that. If the teacher isn't,
The whole
then we would
class
have
gets quarantined.
right.
Then you just move the whole class to distance learning.
Right, and that again, that assumes the teacher is able to to teach. If they are themselves not able to, then we would use a substitute to provide the learning continuity. If it was under hybrid and say the A group is quarantined, but the B group is coming tomorrow, we would have a substitute come in and work with those students in person. And so that's that learning continuity piece that we would work through.
But if you're a single child in 4th grade, and you have to go home and quarantine, you're still able to access, I guess you're not able to access learning. So what, are you put on independent study, or how does that work? I mean, we have sadly every year kids who are medically unable to come to school, and we have, so is the independent study the way we do normally? Is that sort of the plan, or how does that work?
Again, it'd depend on the situation with the student. For example, in some of our secondary classes, there's maybe a little bit different model because of the Schoology and the other pieces of to access the learning, because students get sick and they need to miss school. So if it's an extended period of time, we could look at home hospital like we do normally. We have students that may need to miss some time, and then they work to access the assignments, turn those in. And so we will work through those situations really on that individual basis. And so those are the different pieces we have. We also have, if it's extended, that online option. So we will, work to make sure we have that continuity of learning in place. But it will be situational, and we will work through it as we navigate this. But we do have substitutes trained and ready to go. And so what one question is, if we do have a lot of staff that is quarantined, then that, and we may necessitate needing to go to distance learning for a time. And that's why it really was good that we spent some time getting that as strong as we have and the resources in it. And then we will, again, that flexibility. And I don't know if, Dr. McDonald, Mr. Flowers want to add anything, feel free. Okay.
Other question? Yeah.
I might have. So the kids are quarantined, they go home. A portion of them, like half of them, go home, the teacher goes home. There's a substitute in for the kids who are coming back to school. I guess my question is, and I've lost it. I'll come back to you. Let somebody else go. Sorry.
All right, so a few things. One, I do want to, well, let me start with this, the notion of the off day that I want to discuss, and I'm looking a little bit at you and Bill and Marty and whoever. So I appreciated, Roger, what you said, but can we talk a little, so there is deep, understandable concern. I have it. I think our teachers have it, based on what I heard at back to school night and what I've heard from other teachers, and I know our parents have it, of this feeling of we're a victim of our own success, and this feeling of distance is going well. And I think I want to be very clear, it's not going well for everybody. Like, there are some kids who it's harder to access learning from home than it is for others. But for some, it's going well, and well enough, and there's a concern. And so this notion, this theoretical concern is, I'm getting something every day, and then I'm just going to do one day of vacation. It makes no sense. And it's a lot. So there is understandable angst, and I think there's about what's going to happen on that day. So can you talk a little more about what we've talked to the teachers about, what our PLCs are thinking about? I recognize that we're found time all this week to plan, and teachers are deeply trying to figure this out, and I've heard some amazing examples from teachers in our touch of what they're planning and thinking about it, but let's talk a little more about that day.
So I'd just like to start by saying I agree with you, and our teachers, they are anxious, and they were the ones that spoke up, and we collaborated with them because they don't want to just send home homework and say, hey, sorry, we'll see you in 2 days. They really want to work on that flipped classroom, and that's the benefit of giving them that hour at the end of the day to work in those professional learning communities, understanding that they're going to have to adapt because we're physically cannot get through the curriculum that we typically do in a normal year. So they are the experts. They will be modifying that to cover those true essential skills to help those students move forward. They will work together as teams. And even though you might be a teacher in Integrated One, you might flip the classroom and share a video that Trustee Stevens did, because he also teaches Integrated One.
Right.
And so by giving them the time, it's going to heighten that work, that asynchronous work that they're going to be able to do at home.
Sorry about that. I know you can't hear me very well, even though you're right there. So So a couple different things are going on that off day. So we still are obliged to fulfill those minutes we talked about in distance learning. So the 240 and the 230 and the 180 minutes. So there is this obligation that we would develop a learning plan for those days where students would be engaged in that independent work piece, which we've talked about, where on your day at school, you would assign assignments that students can work on independently and kind of follow through on the teaching you did the day before. So there's a bit of a flipped learning piece. We also have purchased those web-based curricular pieces that students can access, the supplemental curricular pieces. And we're doing live and recorded PE, VAPA, and music lessons on those days as well to help break up the day for students so they're not just working independently all day. They do have a live interaction with some of their other teachers. But within that framework, teachers are being really creative, as they always are. Some of them are actively working on that live video streaming you were talking about and wanting to stream to students every day. Some of them are working with their colleagues to share the load, which has been, I think, one of the reasons we've had success in this round of distance learning. They're co-developing videos or live instruction and sharing it with their colleagues so they can push that out on those off days and students can access those pieces. And then they can have more continuity across the subject areas that way. Some teachers will provide project work that students will do on those days and opportunities for them to collaborate with their peers across. So there's creative ways that those days are being structured for students so they can be successful and come back to school and share that work with the teacher and the peers there.
And then I assume that we're, is a system capturing how folks are doing it, how they're thinking about it, and then that will find its way into the PLC, so there's conversation, so we're sharing across our entire organization about how to use those days and how to improve them. Mm-hmm. And then, Bill, maybe you can talk a little bit about, so at the elementary level, especially for the upper, obviously the youngest kids are gonna be going every day AB, but I think there's an angst for the middle elementary around the expectation for parents at home. So, and I don't know if you can answer this, but how much do we know about as those early elementary teachers are thinking about that asynchronous day? How much is going to be dependent on the parent helping them through, and how much can be self-guided by the student?
I mean, I won't deny that there's going to be a component of that that's going to have to be parent assisted. I mean, it will. If you have a third or fourth grader that doesn't work well independently, they're going to need help in being guided through those assignments. The hope is that that in-school day will provide an opportunity for teachers to really set those students up for success so they know exactly what they need to do and they have the resources to do it. But there'll be some students who will need extra support. One of the things we've been doing this week as we start that cohort model, and we're looking at, I know we have a couple schools in place for next week, is for students who are in targeted groups who are having difficulty with the distance learning piece, actually bringing them in on those off days to get extra support with sub-teachers or instructional aides to support the learning, because we know that that's needed. So that is something we'll be actively looking at to support students in that model.
Great. Any other questions? Yeah.
Yeah, similar. And Marty, more from I guess the same thing from a high school standpoint. So we've got our great high school student here on that off day that, that either the Tuesday or the Wednesday or when you're not in class, just the expectations as a student. What am I looking to do in math, English, science, et cetera?
Yeah, so as Dr. McDonald mentioned, the previous day your teachers will assign some stuff to you. The benefit at the secondary level is kids are used to this because they go on Schoology now, and just if a student's sick right now, the benefit of having that is they can log in and keep up to the best of their ability. So you can expect teachers to be putting on flipped classroom like has been discussed, putting additional information there that you can reach into. As we've heard tonight, some teachers want to stream maybe a portion for someone married to a science teacher. She might be doing a lab experiment and might put the camera on there so kids at home can see that ahead of time, almost so they're better prepared when they come into class the next day. That might take 15 to 20 minutes and then turn the camera off, and then she could focus on the class in front of her. But again, I do want to give credit to our teachers because they are working together as teams, and more hands make light work, and give credit because if you look at SB 98, they could take the easy way out, in all honesty. They could just send home and say, read chapter 3 and answer these questions. But our teachers have stepped up because that's not what they want to do. they want to truly educate our students and provide them the best environment for that.
And it's just, I get the privilege of seeing a statewide perspective of this, and I mean, our teachers are, like, you look at distance learning, they just killed it. I mean, it's just amazing what they did and how far Rockland kids are coming. This is a national pandemic. People are struggling all across, and we really are making great strides in a difficult moment. And it is absolutely because, and frankly, as we think about this, and we'll talk more about this, but as we think about this hard transition, it's because of our teachers that I'm quite confident that we will, we will make those all 5 days as highly effective as possible to move forward. Eric, did you have any questions or comments? No? Okay, then I'm going to make one final comment as a wrap up, unless anyone else, and you're welcome to. Thank you both very much. So the only other thing that I want to say, and I've mentioned this in many emails, and I recognize that this is a very, difficult conversation, difficult decision for everyone to make. Going back to school is very scary in the middle of a pandemic. But there was multiple times in emails and tonight that this notion of you need to follow the science, and I'm going to speak for myself, that's what we're doing. And what I mean by that is I said this several months ago out of frustration that I'm not a medical expert. I work in education. I know curriculum. I don't know medicine. I don't know what's appropriate and what's not in a pandemic. And at the time, I was frustrated because there was no guidance. It's not the case anymore. The state of California has very clearly said, here we are, and if you are in the range with the amount of spread in Placer County, the state of California Medical, the California Department of Health, has said it is safe for you to go back to school. And so it is because that science, because the medical experts said, and in Placer County they said you have to have testing in place, and we put a testing in place, and the Placer County Department of Health has said the testing is appropriate for you to go back to school safely. So that may not be true, it may be true, but I'm letting you know from my perspective, the medical experts have told me it's true, and if I don't listen to them, then I can equally say I'm not going to listen to you either way. And so I feel an obligation to listen to the health experts who are saying this, and are saying, based on what's happening in Rockland, if you take precautions, which we are doing by doing hybrid, by spreading, by making sure that we're having masks in classroom, that we can do this, we can move this back appropriately. And again, I think I've also said this, and I think I speak for all of us, is that I know I do, in the sense that we all agree that in-person learning is preferable. As great as we've done distance learning, we know how to do in-person more effectively and with the social emotional focus of actually being with kids in a meaningful way. So we know that's superior, and if we know that to be true, and the medical experts are telling us it is safe, then from my perspective, that's what's driving my decision. Or I know we're not voting tonight, but what drove the decision that I came to. Any other comments of my colleagues before we move on? Jordan, you want to say? Okay. And then I guess a final word before we turn it over, before we move on with the agenda to public comment, is just I understand how emotional this is right now, and I understand how difficult this is, and so I may not be the best person to say this, and it may seem disingenuous, but I just cannot state enough how much we appreciate the work that our teachers are doing. And I recognize the fear, and understandable fear, of moving forward and what they're risking to stay and teach our children. And I recognize the incredible long hours and the dedication they have and the high quality that they're doing and bringing it to us. And I know, I'm speaking to all of us, we just deeply, deeply appreciate it, and are going to look for all the support they need to make sure we as a community, we do our part to love them, appreciate them, and thank them for the amazing work that they're doing on behalf of our kids. Okay, with that, I'm going to move on to item number 7, which is public discussion. This agenda item is included to give anyone in attendance an opportunity to ask questions or discuss non-agenda items with the board. The board is not permitted to deliberate or take action on non-agenda items, but may refer the matter to a staff member for a follow-up. A complaint about a specific employee of the district shall be made to that employee's immediate supervisor or the principal as required by Administrative Regulation 1312.1. Guidelines for submitting public comment are available under agenda item 2.1. The public may submit a verbal public comment via live Zoom or written public comment. There's a 3-minute time limit with written public comments will not be read aloud during the meeting, although the board will pause to read written verbal comments during the meeting. With that, are there any, let me just sort of see, I think there are just, they're all, okay, great. So on non-public agenda items, Chief Capper, are there any folks waiting to speak on non-public agenda items?
No, President Miller, we have no one raising their hands to speak.
Great, thank you. And with none on the agenda, anyone in the room have a public comment on non-agenda items? Okay. Oh, geez. All right. With that, we're going to move on to our employee organizations conversation, and we're going to begin with Travis Mojet with RTPA. And is Chuck not here tonight? He's going to zoom in. Okay, great. Travis.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to begin with the giant elephant in the room. Numerous community members, numerous staff members, myself included, have questioned why we continue to sit in this room away from the public, why we continue to not set the example and follow our own guidelines of mask wearing and social distancing. And we're 2 hours into this meeting, and I'm looking at board members still without a mask on their face, superintendents still without a mask on their face, district leaders behind me without a mask on their face. And people wonder why there's anxiety and hesitation and worry about going back to schools. If we can't set the example for our own students, our own employees, who's going to? Rick, you just spent a few minutes talking about the guidance from public health. Let's remind ourselves that's the same public health officer that resigned her position because the stance and refusal to err on the side of caution and safety by our county leaders. So who is actually leading our county health decisions? Our public health officer walked. You and I have admitted numerous times, Rick, that we're definitely not qualified to make those decisions. And I don't think anybody's expecting us to. But I don't know who to look to for guidance anymore. So this is 2 board meetings in a row now. Our board sits in the room with a student now, in close proximity, masks not on. And again, we wonder why people are worried about coming back to school. Families, students, parents, teachers. I'd love to hear for an answer of why we're still choosing to omit public health guidance that you just went on a rant about how we're going to follow, and that's making our decisions and influencing those decisions. And here we sit, requiring our students, requiring our staff, but we ourselves, and I'm going to say you because I'm not we right now, are still choosing not to follow, if for no other reason to set the example to our community that we actually care. And we're not just saying, which where a lot of us are being accused of, just saying we care but not actually caring.
So I appreciate that, and I think it's actually a good point. And the reason is because we have distanced ourselves 6 feet apart, and so the guidelines say if you're 6 feet apart, you don't have to wear a mask. But I think I actually totally appreciate your point that we're asking folks in a classroom to wear it, and we should think differently about that. And I appreciate that.
I appreciate your honesty. So, Rick, you also pointed out, and board members in general, we point this out every week, that we lead by example. We have a lot of weight on our shoulders. Every decision we're making right now is wrong, and I think we're all willing to accept that, and I mean wrong in like the right decision is the one that's just not on the table. But we also talk about communication. I mean, I don't know how many times we've had these conversations. Communication is key, right? Communication is the root of half the problems and things that we have contentious relationships and conversations about. I have concern when I hear from parents as the RTPA president or as a teacher their concerns about what is or isn't being said or what is or isn't going to happen as we move forward towards hybrid learning. I can deal with that concern. I can deal with the noise and the rumors and the false information out there. Where I draw the line is when things become personal and when things become reinforced by the public saying, well, I have this from good authority. And when questioned, they name board members contributing to these false pieces of information, to these rumors. I'll speak to one right now. There is the giant elephant in the room of there's a grievance from our TPA that's gone very public that is on the table around a lot of the safety issues and things around reopening schools and returning on Monday. First off, that by no way intended to delay or hold up us opening schools on Monday. I shared that with Superintendent Stock. I shared that with you earlier today. However, I have in writing from community members, nope, I have it on good record from a board member of Rockland Unified School District that that's exactly what's going to happen. So if this board can't spread factual information, then who in the hell is going to? Is it on me? Because I don't think it is. I answer to the 600-plus constituents in RTPA. That's it, period. Other than that, I'm a teacher of the district just like anybody else. But if you elected officials can't reach out to find factual information or just take the fifth, then how are we going to rely on whatever other information is said in these meetings, social media, in emails, wherever else it's coming from? There's a level of trust and authenticity that has to come, and you, as much as I, in an elected position, have to uphold that. I expect better from the board. I know the board expects better from me. I also know that if I make a mistake, I'm willing to own it, admit it, and we'll move forward. I hope the board can do the same. As we move through things, I want to talk about that grievance. So there's a lot of rumors around the grievance. There's a lot of information and mostly misinformation around that. Let me be very clear. The grievance is the formal process, for those people that don't know, for us to contest or challenge things that are agreed to by both our labor union and our school district if they're not being upheld or abided by. Okay, we can have conversations and we can try to work things out. Derek, I know you and I share a common interest in doing that as much as we can without being overly formal. But that only goes so far, and sometimes it doesn't go fast enough. When we formalize process, timelines become automatic and guaranteed. So we file a grievance, and then the district releases a statement to the media today about that grievance saying, we've met with our TPA, we've dealt with that, we've talked about those things. Well, in some ways, that's not false, but in a hasteful 1-hour meeting of some guidance and a couple mentions of things, and even after that meeting, things in that grievance still not being resolved, I don't think we've really given the public the true scope of what that grievance is about, and it is or isn't resolved. Like I said, the grievance has no intent to delay or put schools out on Monday. Teachers have said it hundreds of times. I've said it many times. We are excited. We are ready to be back in the classroom with students, but not at the health or the risk of the health of those students or us as teachers or the families we all go home to. That's what the grievance is about. There's a list and an agreed upon path to getting back into the classrooms. When that's violated, it is my obligation as RTPA president, it is my obligation as a human being that cares about the human beings in my community to call BS and to challenge that and right the wrong. And I'll give credit, Craig Rouse, he came in face-to-face, man-to-man, and he owns some areas that grievance deals with specifically. And in the end, he's going to do better. His guys are going to do better. We're going to work on a process that makes sure that things are going to be better. But why did it take numerous conversations all the way to the level of a grievance to get to that? Why does it take continual micromanagement, or what feels like micromanagement on my part, of the district and the people entrusted in the district to do what they promised and said they would do, the same agreement that you board members blessed in a board meeting once that MOU was signed, and here we are fighting over things that we spent way more time than we needed to on in the first place, and we're 5 days away from kids walking onto our campuses. We've heard from teachers tonight, we've heard from community members. There are way more things on our minds than the things that should have been done and were told to us to have been done. The issue is, if we're gonna tell somebody and commit to something, we gotta fulfill that. If we don't, communicate, right? Work through that. It would have taken no more than a simple email or a quick phone call to say, hey, we said it's gonna be done this day, it's not, we got a contingency plan, we're gonna get there, right? But otherwise, we're left to fill in the blanks. You can imagine what that does to morale and trust and anxiety and stress and all the other things and emotions involved when we just kind of let people figure it out or hope we don't get caught, because that's what the perception is. Did you really mean you wanted to right your wrong, or are you just upset because you got shed? Somebody called you to the rug, and now you got to fix the mistake. I don't think that's the intent, but it's hard for me to convince a lot of people within our membership, within our community, that that's not the intent. I don't think it's my job to convince them of that. I think it's the job of that paperwork and you, the trustees of this district, to make sure that the constituents that you answer to, our voting public, right, the employees that you oversee, every single one of us in this room and everybody that works for this district, that we're doing our job the way we said we would, the way we're obligated to, and the way our community deserves. So I hope moving forward, these are not conversations that we continue to have, but I'd be lying to you if I sat here and said this is going to be the last one. Rick, we've shared numerous times on and off the record that there are going to be days where we love and we hate each other. And that's totally fine. That's the relationship and the nature of the job. But if the trust isn't there, all of that is for nothing. And the trust doesn't stop at the board. It's got to continue down to every employee. And I can tell you right now, there's a lot of employees with a lot of distrust in this district right now. Longtime employees, new employees, top to bottom, lots of things. It's unacceptable. So in things that we look around the district and practices, there's other elements outside of our MOU, but just commitments from the district that give me concern. So a big element of people being able to return back to work in any form is how is their family going to manage that situation, right? The district made a commitment to us that childcare would be provided, or a version, or a modified version of childcare for our employees, knowing that balancing and juggling that family life and the work life is challenging for everybody. Anybody that's ever dealt with childcare knows the struggle and the cost of those things. The commitment came out pretty black and white. It's going to be this process. These are the costs. It's going to be a discounted rate. And then here we sit on Wednesday, and it wasn't until I walked into this boardroom that we actually had a viable solution for those staff members. If you've ever dealt with childcare, you can imagine or you know the realities of making arrangements for Monday when it's Wednesday the week before for childcare. That's going to be more than a couple days or a quick arrangement. So I applaud Dr. McDonald for putting in the effort and making a lot of things happen in a very short period of time. But again, that added stress, why wasn't that in place? We've heard from our community many times. I've been accused of it. I know the board's been accused of it. We've had how many weeks and months to figure this stuff out? And here we are in the final hour, just getting it all together. Right? Yeah, we've had issues with filters and we're working on it. But even today, I don't know or have verification if those things are done. Right? It's a trust issue again. Hand sanitizer. We put hand sanitizer in classrooms per the MOU. Teachers come in a couple days later and all those are gone. I know why. I've tried to communicate why, but a global communication from those in charge of that process would be much helpful. Right? I appreciate that the district recognized that those hand sanitizers were insufficient and is working to remedy. Tony and I speak a lot, and he shared with me right from the get-go, there's even a backup for the backup in the backup plan, right? We've got lots of options. But from a staff member that walks into a classroom that is supposedly ready for students on Monday, and it's just a vacant spot where hand sanitizer was the day before, that doesn't resonate well. Again, all these little things just add up. And everybody wants to know, why are teachers so scared? Why is everybody so upset? Why is there so much anxiety? Why is this community so split on this whole topic? Well, it depends on who you listen to, and it depends on what you see, right? But we're getting very different perspectives. It's been made very clear people want to go back to the classroom. I don't think any of us question that, and in as pure of a form we can. But it's also been made very clear that that's not going to happen anytime soon. Right? And what I mean is in pure of a form, not that, again, I am going to be very clear. We intend to be at work on Monday. So the rumor mill out there of teachers wanting to strike, and again, whoever, if any of you are feeding that rumor, please stop. If you have issues with the teachers union, if you have issues or concerns on what is or what isn't, please reach out to myself directly. Rick, I know you and I talk hopefully more regularly, but we're working on it, right? I talk to Superintendent Stock as regularly as we need to. I talk to Tony very often. He made it to my favorites list this week. He's pretty excited. Right, but in the end, it's those levels of communication that could probably solve half of the craziness that we're all dealing with and all those extra things that are sucking our time away from what's really important, what really matters. So I really hope my words don't fall on deaf ears. I don't think they do. No matter what I say, I'm going to tell you right now, my members, the teachers, the community members that spoke earlier, I mean, they literally took the words out of my mouth. And I am more than thankful for them doing that, because I'm starting to feel that it's just white noise. I sit up here, I talk, and it's just the old Charlie Brown teacher to the rest of the people listening. If it is, that's okay. That's my position. I'll get over that. But when it comes from the heart of members, tear-felt things, students, parents, I plead that you don't ignore those things. I don't think you do, but your actions are what really show us if you do or don't. Lastly, Superintendent Stock mentioned that we're already dealing with some COVID exposure, positive cases within the district. My number, and I may be off one or two, so I apologize, but we're approaching the 10 threshold. We've affected 4 campuses already, to my knowledge. We haven't even put kids back on campus yet, right, with the exception of our small cohorts. I think we're all aware that when we put kids on campus, there's going to be a surge, there's going to be an increase, but what's the magic number? Right? We heard from parents and teachers, nobody wants to go to a funeral I've been to a teacher's funeral as a student. It is one of the worst experiences ever. I've been to the funeral of a young person, of a child, an 8-year-old. There is probably no worse feeling in the entire world than attending something like that. I hope that when we talk safety and we put these things in place, and then when we push back when they're not in place, that people understand the severity of why that is happening. It is for the benefit of every single person in this community, whether you're connected to Rockland Unified or not. We have a humanitarian obligation to protect our community at large. Lastly, if you remember when we first started the conversation around hybrid, I invited all of you to join us in the classroom once that situation was upon us. Well, surprise, Monday is here, just about. I strongly encourage you and welcome each and every one of you into the many classrooms around our campus. First, to see the wonderful and amazing things and the likely large smiles, or eyes of smiles, I guess, in the classrooms. But also to see what it really is going to translate. What does this really look like? We've said it numerous times tonight, Rick, and I appreciate your honesty every time you say it. We don't know if this is going to work. I mean, it's an educated guess, but it's still a guess, right? And I think every one of our board members, our superintendent, everybody I've talked to in this room is more than willing to own and admit that. So I encourage you guys to get out to classrooms when it's new, when it's fresh, and then we can work through those problems before we make decisions at the end of this month when there's a big, big decision being made. I know Dr. Limoges is committed to spend some time in our TK1 world because he just likes those little guys, and he and I have no clue. But I appreciate his honesty. We had a conversation about some things around the TK1 environment with the AM/PM rotation, and eventually we both got to a point and said, we teach high school history. We don't know what we're talking about. So he, without question, committed himself to come and spend some time in those rooms. Right? Camille, I know that's your world, but I have no right talking or telling people what needs to happen or should be happening in that world. I appreciate and completely trust your judgment, but I also appreciate Dr. Limoges' ability to admit that that's not my strength, but I'm going to go make it a strength or at least become familiar. And I hope all you board members can do the same thing in any classrooms. Whitney High School, room E6 is where I'll be located, I think, if my key lets me in the room. But I'd love to see any and all of you in there. My only question and concern is how much can you see through the window because the room's already going to be so full of students in max capacity. So I hope we can make arrangements to allow you guys into classrooms, onto campuses to see what it really looks like. And I really, really hope that the things that you guys hear tonight, whether it's in the written comments, the public comment, the things I'm talking about and the things we've talked about even behind the scenes, resonate and influence things and really have that interest of what's best for kids, but what's safest for this community above all. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. Appreciate it. Colleague, any questions for Travis? Derek?
So just quick question, and I understand, the conversation, that is always key. And I can appreciate, and I know there's a trust factor to parents trusting the teachers to do the right thing to the kids, the teachers trusting the parents to check on them and make sure they're doing the right thing, administrative staff, et cetera, all those different parts. And I get that. And I apologize, I'll take personally, if the communication about expectations wasn't fulfilled, and that's where the grievance comes from. Get that. I hope that as we go through this and in the future, it's as simple as when we teach kids, hey, if something doesn't make sense, if you're having a question on something, if you want to trust and verify, you raise your hand, you communicate, and we figure it out. I can assume that as teachers and educators, it's better to have a conversation with the kid about a grade, about an expectation, about an assignment, than it is to have Derek Counter call up Mr. Mogette because Ben didn't get this and we have that. So I'm hoping that in the future as we go, the little things, not little things, the things that come up, we can raise our hand, we can work on it so that it doesn't get to a grievance, that it doesn't get to an article at the Sacramento Bee, it doesn't get to a news broadcast. It just comes something that we manage it internally in here on our team, and we work through those things. So
I completely agree, and for the sake of my own family and their time, I hope so as well. But it concerns me that we're not there yet, and nothing that I've seen shows that we're headed that direction.
yeah, I guess it becomes down to the relationship, right? If I don't trust you and you don't trust me, we're always going to be at this point. At some point, you got to reach for an olive branch. You got to hope for the best, and you got to follow through. And sometimes you're going to fall on deaf ears. Sometimes you're going to reach, and it's not going to be rewarded or accepted. But not that I'm in a divorce court or anything, you hope that at least those two people can always talk without having to go to a mediator.
Sure.
So.
Too many times has passed sometimes, though, and that's, again, we're not here to debate semantics, but the grievance didn't just come out of a hasteful, we asked once, nobody said anything. I promise you that.
Shelby?
I'll just say, we would hope that you would give us the same benefit of doubt that we give you, that social media isn't a place where any of us find factual information. Someone said today that I had received a death threat. No threats, no death threats have been received, but I speak for all of my colleagues that we're trustworthy, we're professionals, we are seeking information from the right sources. It's definitely not social media.
I hope so. And I don't want to argue or counter, but since we're sitting in this meeting, I have received death threats. So I hope, and I will be sharing that with the district and more publicly than I did right now, I guess. But along with that, not one board member reached out to me on behalf of anything. And maybe that was we were waiting for tonight and whatever, but back to Derek's, comments, we got to get past this formality and have those conversations long before we're here. So I appreciate that, and I agree. I think there needs to be seeking of information in factual means, and I thank you for acknowledging that.
And I'm sorry you got a death threat. That's inappropriate.
I agree.
Travis, thanks so much for your comments this evening. They were points well taken. We have, as I sit here tonight, thinking about the ways to move this forward, listening to your comments, and I go right to, so how do we make this better? How do we communicate more often? How do we ensure that teachers feel that, teachers and staff, not just teachers, truthfully, but everyone in the district feels that they are well informed, that they have the answers, or they will say, I'll find out, and know how to get those answers. That it's vital that that happens in order for us all to move forward. So appreciate that. It did not fall on deaf ears.
Thank you.
So that's all I'll say.
I would just make fun of somebody say, I want to say the same, which is that I appreciate what you said. I definitely heard it. I think I need to own it. We need to all own it and be better. And I do also though want to say that I think we all need to sort of, I don't mean this to sort of say, I want to be very clear, full stop, I need to be better. But I also do want to say that everyone's working unbelievably hard. And we'll use the childcare example you used. You cannot be more right that the idea that I have to find childcare on Monday and I figure it out on Wednesday is ridiculous. It's so unbelievably hard. But it's equally true that Dr. McDonald was not on vacation. He was not hanging out, not thinking about it.
I mean,
right?
I'm no way trying to accuse him of that.
No one in this building is sitting around doing no work.
Right.
And I get it's taking longer, but people are killing themselves trying to make it. So we all need to also recognize everyone's hard work and recognize that things are not going to happen the moment we want them. There are going to be some delays, but we're trying incredibly hard to make this work for everyone. And I just want to make sure that everyone's clear. The district staff, the teachers are killing the district staff, the principals, the administrators, the classified, working overtime as well. And
I agree. And Bill, I hope you didn't take it that way. That was not a dig or an attack at Bill at all. Again, the concern is we are told one thing, and then when we're in the heat of the moment, that thing has changed.
I appreciate that. And I do.
To that point, I appreciated your comment that said, just let us know that it's not going to get there, knowing that it's not always going to get there.
Right.
But just tell us, So I appreciate that.
Be better. Thanks, Travis.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I think we're going to move on to our next employee update from the California School Employees Association. Chief Capra, is Chuck on the line?
Yes, he is, President Miller. Chuck, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Can hear you great. Thanks, Chuck. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, President Miller and Board of Trustees and Superintendent Stock. I would just like to let you guys know that the CSEA has held out on having any in-house meetings or any congregated meetings. So I would just like to say from this point out, I would like to be the first one to take that step back out of the room where we do have people that are not wearing masks. And even though that you are 6 feet apart, there's still, you know, it's still going on. We still have COVID. And even though we take precautions, you know, what precautions do we take is going to be enough. So I just want to make sure that everybody knows that I'm going to be at these functions and at these board meetings, but I'm going to be coming in on Zoom. I won't be there in person. On another note, I would just like to say to Travis, we totally agree with him. You do not sound like the guy on the Peanuts or the teacher on the Peanuts gang on this end of it. And I heard every word you had to say perfectly clear, in which I'm just going to keep it short to that, because that's the way that the classified feels. You know, we feel kind of stuck in the middle of all this, and we're here doing the cleanup. We would love to invite you, any one of you on the board, to come down after school starts and come into our cafeterias and come onto our campuses and see how this looks, because it's going to be in the cafeterias where you're going to end up getting the highest exposure, because you don't have to wear a mask when you're eating. So that's going to be where our highest exposures are probably going to end up being. On another note, I do want to switch gears on this though and talk about the smoke. The smoke outside has been a very bad issue. And we had one day where we had our employees working until the AQI, the air quality index levels, were above 400, which is hazardous levels. And it wasn't until then that everybody was sent home, and that was during the night shift. It's been all over the board, and I know that the board is planning on taking note of some of this issues with the smoke and everything. But to be honest with you, we really need something in line with it now in order to get, I mean, today has been the first day that we've had actually a clear day where you can actually see a yellow sun and not a red sun. God bless that. But with the days to come and the fires are still out, we definitely would like to work on something to get that in line, so we can have a little more guidelines with the smoke. Other than that, that's all I have to say tonight.
Thanks, Chuck. I appreciate it. Rochelle?
Thank you, Chuck, for your comments. This isn't our first year of smoke, Superintendent Stock. Tell us how we deal with this.
You're right. Unfortunately, we've had the last several years more air quality issues due to wildfires than we would want to have. And we have worked to coordinate with public health to get some direction. And I was on a call today with public health, and the public health department, the Placer County Office of Education, and the Air Quality District are meeting tomorrow and are looking to put out some additional guidance for schools. So what we've done in the past, we actually did have a day last year where we closed schools. I think it was last year. It just seems so long ago. Last year. But we did last fall, where the air quality was so bad in this region that we closed schools. And so what we're doing is we're actually planning to hopefully sit down this week with both RTPA and CSCA to discuss a little bit more about air quality. And I've been in contact actually with colleagues throughout the state, most recently the superintendent in Riverside Unified. If you think about dealing with bad air on a regular basis, those folks do. And so, you know, had the collegial conversation, also had a chance to look at some of their policies and practices. And so, you know, that's where we do want to put in place. And what we've asking the air quality folks to do is, you know, establish a number. You're the air quality experts in our region. We can all see that number. And then working with public health to get some guidance on what types of activities should students be doing, employees be doing, so that we know when we hit, say, for example, it's hazardous. You know, we actually should stop operations. If we're an unhealthy, for, sensitive groups, what does that mean? And so we do currently have some practices in place that we do. So for example, if we have students with asthma, other conditions, when we help that unhealthy for sensitive groups, we ask teachers, principals to put out that information so those students start staying inside. We have protocols where we restrict recess, we restrict outdoor activities when we hit unhealthy. And our whole athletic program has their own protocols they work with as well. So we have been working to manage that. We definitely agree with both Chuck representing CSEA. We know RTPA has requested formally that we sit down and have a conversation about what do we do under the air quality. We welcome that. Hopefully we begin that conversation this week. And then I am excited that our local public health air quality district being facilitated by the County Office of Education are looking to provide more detailed information to schools because, again, beyond the air quality, it's a public health issue. And as stated, I know numerous times, none of us are public health experts. And so we do have protocols we use. We welcome the dialogue and formalizing that so that it becomes an automated response and a predictable response for our families and our employees and our students.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Chuck? Chuck, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, with that, we're going to move on to our consent calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar are to be considered routine and will be enacted by one motion followed by a roll call vote. Oops, you know what? I apologize. Yep, I got so excited. What I actually rather do, this is Jordan's big moment, and we skipped over him. So, actually, I apologize. We're going to start with comments, and so we're going to start with comments of our student, Jordan Schneider. Jordan?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, I will just be sharing a list of a few updates from some schools that I got. So to begin, Mrs. Westberg at Sierra Elementary is creating amazing and connecting videos to play every Monday morning to connect and keep their students in a positive attitude. As well, with their Spanish and IB curriculum, Sierra Elementary students are learning to think globally about the world in their everyday lives, as well as when they interact on campus and in the community. The admin at Rock Creek Elementary is continuing to send out videos and slideshows, just like they did in the spring, to all of the students and the families. Every week there is a theme which students will send in photos following that theme, later made into a musical slideshow that gets sent out to all of the families and students. At Antelope Creek Weekly, Antelope Creek Elementary is making and sharing highlights of their upcoming weeks. These highlights consist of staff profile sections and some fun informational scavenger hunts for families and students to take part in. They also soon plan to begin their Principals Awards soon for their students demonstrating their PBIS objectives in a virtual fashion. Sunset Ranch Elementary previously just held their first virtual fund run, and they plan to continue to support their students and find ways to keep their students virtually engaged and spirited through these challenging times. For RVC, our new virtual campus is starting off the new year with lots of school spirit. Because RVC is still technically part of every site in the district, they are encouraging their students to have Spirit Fridays in the colors of their own traditional sites. They created a Spirit Wear store where students and families can order t-shirts, long sleeves, or sweatshirts in their traditional school colors while rocking an RVC logo. They make it a competition and take a tally each week of who is wearing their traditional school colors. At Whitney High School, staff is keeping their students engaged virtually as best as they can. Every day, a new student is featured on their Instagram at What's Up Whitney, and this month they are featuring seniors, next month juniors, and each month of the semester is going to be a different class featured. Every Friday, students are able to participate in Maroon Friday challenges. Students are able to post a picture on their Instagram stories of them wearing maroon and tag the What's Up Whitney account for a chance to win a prize. So far, students have won prizes such as Dutch Bros gift cards and Chick-fil-A gift cards. September 23rd, Whitney High School will also be holding their Club Rush this year, and it will be done in a virtual style. Finally, at Rockland High School, we are doing all that we can to support the student body and create a positive energy through these challenging times. The Associated Student Body Program has come up with multiple theme weeks to occur throughout the rest of the semester. Last week, our theme was 70s, this week is 80s, and more decades and themes will follow during the rest of the semester. Throughout these weeks, we have planned multiple different events for our students, such as Instagram challenges and voting brackets, dress-up days happening each Friday to match the week's theme, music playlists being sent out to the student body, and trivia games to send out as well. We also just held our first free Krispy Kreme Donut Day for students to ensure a sense of connection within our student body. That is all I have for you guys today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Jordan. That was outstanding. Although I will say, to truly rep ASB as the president, I would expect next 80s week to show up to the board meeting in 80s, or I don't know if that's what you think 80s looked like, but we'll talk later. Okay, board member. You don't know. You're too young. Derek and I will talk to him about the 80s. All right. Board member comments?
Yeah, just
Derek?
real quick, and thank you, Jordan. I think it's great to hear all the different schools, all the different kids, staying engaged, being active, wearing the colors, the Instagram. I think it's fabulous. I could say today had time between conference calls and was able to walk the dog in the neighborhood. For those of you who don't know, I live real close to Sunset Ranch. It was great to, on a back trail, just listen and hear kids on a playground playing and laughing and giggling. I know it wasn't a lot of kids, but it was just nice to hear that sound of fun happening again, so I thought that was great. And then everyone I've talked to, again, board members, parents out there, the kids I've ran into, you ask them, how are things going? And it's an elated, I can't wait to see my friends and my pals back at school next week, or a couple weeks, whenever I spoke to them, so thank you.
Eric, do you have any comments? Rochelle? Can't really see. No? Camille? No. Roger, any comments? Okay, we'll move on to, now we're really going to move on to the consent calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar to be considered routine will be enacted by one motion followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless the Board of Trustees, audience, or staff request specific items removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion and action. Any agenda item removed will be voted upon following the motion to approve the consent calendar. Do any board members wish to remove any item from the consent agenda for separate discussion and action? Do any members of the audience wish to remove an item? Chief Capra, any members of the audience wish to remove an item? I'm seeing her say no. So with that, we're going to move on. And Brenda, can you please call the roll? Oh, I'm sorry. There does need to be a motion. I'm going to take that as a move by Camille and a second by Eric. Brenda, please call the roll.
Jordan Schneider,
Yes.
Camille Mabin, Derek Counter,
Yes.
Eric Stevens,
Yes.
Rochelle Price,
Yes.
Rick Miller.
Yes. Okay, and with that, we are going to move on to item 11.1, a public hearing for our learning continuity and attendance plan. Our Associate Superintendent, Marty Flowers. Marty, thanks for coming back.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Stock. I have the honor of coming before you this evening to truly introduce my colleague because, in all honesty, she's done all the work. With that being said, I think most of us have other duties as assigned. And I would like to remind you that Hannah took on the difficult challenge of starting up Rockland Virtual Campus and did an amazing job with that while maintaining her daily job of being the Director of Innovation School Programs and Accountability. So with that being said, I get the honor of introducing this. Just an overview of this presentation. We'll review the timeline, the purpose of the Learning Continuity Plan and Attendance Plan, and discuss the 2021 actions for this year. And with that, on a side note, as you heard Superintendent Stock speak in his introductions, you're going to see a lot of actions and you're going to see some very broad categories there because this is truly a living document. We will make changes. We will be flexible, to use the words of Trustee Mabin earlier, because we need to do everything we can to meet the needs of our students. And by having these broad categories, that will allow us to make some changes to adjust. And we will be doing that throughout. And then finally this evening, you will also hear about some increased and improved services for our unduplicated targeted students. So with that, I gladly turn it over to Ms. Hannah Anderson.
Thank you, Marty. Okay, as I have shared previously, Governor Newsom signed an executive order at the end of April, which delayed the traditional local control and accountability plan, as well as the annual update and the budget overview for parents. We anticipated that we would be bringing this to you in December, share with you the LCAP for this school year. SB 98 changed that plan and established the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. This plan is truly intended to condense several existing plans to start the year. It really is a memorialization of the planning process and all of the plans that are going to be implemented this school year. up to this date. We recognize as well that these plans will continue to adjust and grow as we continue to learn what the needs are of our schools. Our plan is attached and gives our plans in each of these areas. Tonight we will make sure that we go in depth in terms of addressing the needs of our unduplicated student groups, providing access to devices and our connectivity to date, what resources we have for our mental health and social emotional well-being of students, and also an update on our nutrition services. Again, we won't be going in depth in each of the areas as they've been previously brought before the board, and you've spent much of tonight discussing them as well. I have attached for your review our August 5th presentation on distance learning. Tonight we did speak at length about hybrid. There has been quite a tight turnaround to put in place the LCP, the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. We did receive the template, which we are required to use the state template as a communication tool. We received that from the California Department of Education on August 1st. And what the pieces of this plan are, it enables us to go back to March to capture all of the stakeholder engagement that has gone into the planning process for this year. So although we only received the template at this time, we were able to go back and take into account all of the information that has previously been received. In August, we were able to compile our LCP document, and we were able to bring this plan forward to our Parent Guardian Advisory Committee, our Staff Advisory Committee, our District English Learner Advisory Committee, and are bringing it tonight to open our public hearing, and we'll bring it back at the end of September. Again, the reason for this tight turnaround is that this plan does need to be approved and submitted by September 30th. As shared previously.
Can I ask why you're taking a break out of
sure.
curiosity? I just don't, is the county approval process, I actually just don't know, is it the same? How does that change?
It's slightly different than the traditional LCAP approval process in that we are required to submit to the county,
Right.
and they are required to review and have a length of time where they need to review within 15 days and
Right.
turn around to us. They are providing recommendations to us that will then be brought back in October to be shared.
Thanks.
But their recommendations are simply for us to consider.
Right.
Right? And really, the recommendations are based on the law says that we need to include certain components in our plan, and their recommendations are going to be mostly on did we meet all of the components that need to be covered within the law.
Great. Thank you.
And although that is somewhat compliance-driven, right, this is truly intended to be a communications tool with our public. So it is 28 easy-to-read pages for your pleasure. So
But
again,
Hannah, is it true that they're actually condensing some of the other plans? Is that, from what I heard you say, I mean, is that true? Like, okay,
so this
good.
is really, it's not so much that other plans are condensed, like the LCAP would be condensed. That isn't the intent here. This plan is us condensing all of the other plans that we have in place. For example, we have reopening guidelines. Those are documented within this plan. This covers how we have addressed professional learning for teachers. Well, that is in a number of toolkits that we provided to teachers. So those are included in this plan. So this really is an encapsulation of every piece of the planning that has gone into this year.
But it's not really streamlining the process.
No.
Still
Yeah.
CD.
Yeah.
Why are you
Okay.
shocked by this?
I know, just checking. Just checking. Thank you. Aye.
We're still waiting for that moment.
I know, okay.
Okay, so since March, we have had the opportunity to hear from all of our stakeholders in a variety of different ways, from surveys to email communications, board comments, presentations that have been made, advisory committees that have met, and hearing from students at a few different panels that were held. So truly an opportunity to hear from all of the voices in our community about the plans for reopening schools, both in hybrid, distance learning, our plans for health and safety measures, plans for professional learning for teachers, how we're going to meet the needs of targeted student groups. So since March, we have been meeting and taking in all of this information. That then led to all of the plans that are condensed within this plan. I want to make sure to highlight for you a few areas that came up in our advisory committees that we held earlier in the month of September. And these recommendations may not necessarily be in the plan as of yet, but are areas that we are considering moving forward. So it was important and pointed out by our Parent Guardian Advisory Committee that they wanted for us to provide consistency for students to the greatest degree possible. They also truly wanted for us to increase our communications regarding our reopening guidelines and expectations for families. And you've started already seeing that increased communication come out about what this will look like when we move into hybrid. There was also a desire to increase the focus on learning loss, particularly for our at-risk student groups, and increase the focus on equity and trauma-informed practices to ensure safety and social-emotional wellness of our students. I do want to back up and share that all of the advisory groups were tremendously grateful for what is being done to start the year and recognize the enormity of the tasks in front of us. They also were just appreciative to have the opportunity to come together and provide an opportunity to give input on these plans. Our staff also came together in an advisory team and highlighted that they want for us to be more public with the available social emotional supports for families, and you'll see that come up later. The social emotional supports for students, but they want us to highlight that to families, what's available. And they also wanted increased communication regarding health and safety guidelines, and I think you've heard that as well tonight. And then this also came up in public comment tonight, that need for ongoing data that accurately measures distance learning. So as you pointed out, President Miller, we have put together an incredibly robust process for distance learning that has met the needs of a lot of students. And we do have some gaps in our connectivity in students that are accessing distance learning. However, we're making great strides to ensure that all students do have access. And we want to actually have a measure of how are we going to see how effective this distance learning model has been.
I know you've told us before, but just remind me, how were the parents selected for the focus groups?
This is the same LCAP advisory committee that we pulled together last spring. So given the short timeline, we did not solicit input for a new advisory committee. The recommendation was to go with the advisory committee that has been put together. And so last January, we solicited 4 volunteers to participate in the development of the LCAP. And so that same advisory committee was called on. There's 54 members of that committee, and we had just about a little over 25 in the room.
Thank you.
Virtual room. Yeah. We held multiple virtual sessions.
In the same regard, then, just looking at it from a cross-sectional standpoint, the 25 or the 50, is it an equal distribution of elementary, junior high, high school, and then the same question for the staff, right? We're getting a good cross-section. It's not focused on just one area or the other, right?
We had a great cross-section in the whole representative body has a great cross-section across grade levels, programs. We want to make sure of that in our advisory groups. Who was in attendance that night, I would say for the Parent Guardian Advisory Committee and the District English Learner Advisory Committee, we actually had the best attendance for that than we ever have before, which was excellent. But that is was a great representation, a good cross-section, and included some of our Rockland Virtual Campus families as well at all levels. For our staff, we recognize that our teachers and our staff are implementing Herculean tasks right now. And so we had a number of staff that were able to join us at the beginning across grade levels, and it dwindled over the session. But we do know that we've had more staff input since the pandemic started in March, participating in summer work groups and other areas throughout this period. So although they weren't able to come to this advisory committee, they have been providing input across this entire planning process.
And that from an equity standpoint, folks who were there, people that actually take advantage of the services there to talk about what it's like. Do you know what I mean from a standpoint of a participant?
Yes. So we, on our Parent Guardian Advisory Committee, we do not necessarily have a great cross-section of representation from our homeless and foster youth, but we do have a number of families participating in Title I schools that participate, and we also, and I won't go back to the slide, but although it was outside of the period, we do hold a homeless and foster youth advisory committee, and they made some great recommendations that we're working to implement this fall. And so that committee is made up of a representative body and provides input to our Parent Guardian Advisory Committee.
Thanks.
What about ELs on that group?
And the requirement was also to hold a separate district English language advisory committee meeting. And typically to those meetings, we have good participation, but not great participation. We were able, and I should say Sarah Soares put together an excellent DLAC committee meeting and had over 20 participants participating virtually in that session, which was many more participants than we typically have.
Thank you.
And facilitated in multiple languages as well, that DLAC.
Right.
Okay, at this time, we're going to highlight a few actions for distance learning and also in-person learning. Again, we're really just going to summarize here. You'll see in the document that there are explanations for all of the in-person distance learning offerings. These are really high-level actions that we're pulling out in order to share them with our community and with the board this evening. It is not intended to say these are the only actions that we're implementing in-person learning and distance learning. For example, you don't see an action around quality first instruction, right? But of course, we are offering quality first instruction in both in-person and distance learning. So higher level pieces that are somewhat above and beyond what we would normally do in a given year, okay? So these in-person actions are to increase support staff hours to assist for enforcing health and safety protocols, acquire and implement Tier 2 and Tier 3 academic interventions, acquire health and safety materials, provide small group in-person instruction to those targeted student groups whenever possible, and moving forward we will be doing that more, trying to bring those students in on days that are not on their off-school days. We have also been implementing in-person assessments to the greatest extent possible, and we also have an action that we worked on with our labor partners around providing an additional 10 days of paid sick leave in the case of a documented COVID-19 health-related absence. As Marty shared earlier, these are large dollar amounts that allow for us to shift and change as plans need to shift and change.
Can I ask a question? I know the next slide is more dollars, and maybe this is Barbara, maybe this is Roger, but I'd be curious to the extent that you know how many, if any, all of these line items were directly from the CARES Act. There's been some questions around how we spent our CARES dollars, and can you talk about that in relation to this?
Absolutely.
Or? Okay, great, thank you.
Sure. So the actions that are represented here are providing estimated total funds.
Yep.
And many of the funds are our CARES Act dollars that are represented here. There are also other funds represented in this plan that support our targeted student groups. Some of our supplemental funding is included here, as well as some of our Title I funding, and Title III to support our English learners is included here. So the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan, there was no regulation around what types of funds had to be included. And it doesn't even mention for each one of these, the state template does not include which funding stream we are referencing here. And so in many of these areas, we've included multiple funding streams within this. Now, the budget overview for parents that will come back in December, That is still on the docket to come before the board at that time. We will need at that time to be providing transparency to the community around each of those dollars and how those were spent. That's our anticipation as far as the recommendations we received so far.
Thank you.
For distance learning, as you know, we have increased access to the internet and also purchased additional Chromebooks. We have also started up and implemented the Rockland Virtual Campus. We also have the availability to increase access to reliable devices for our teachers to ensure that they can continue to provide high-quality distance learning and high-quality in-person learning. We have acquired and implemented new software programs to ensure consistency across schools. We have updated our network infrastructure to make sure we can handle the level of bandwidth each and every day. We have also reorganized our computer support services to better support our teachers and also our families. We'll speak about that in a moment. Additionally, we have increased access to software for our students in special education and developed a system of professional development in alignment with our professional development committee that supports our teachers in implementing their great work in the classroom. At the recommendation of our staff advisory committee, I wanted to make sure that we highlight tonight the mental and social and emotional well-being actions that were taking place across Rockland Unified. RUSD will continue to serve students depending on their level of need in the area of social emotional wellness. Tier 1 supports are typically those that are provided at the classroom level and that are implemented for all students, or are available for all students. So these are typically classroom-based lessons. At our elementary schools, we do have an in-focus curriculum that we do implement to teach our youngest learners those social emotional skills that they need moving forward. Our elementary and middle schools both implement, or all implement, positive behavior interventions and supports, and we are working with those teams to weave in social emotional learning within that framework. Additionally, our secondary sites have counselors and peer counselors available for students for quick check-ins. And we want our community to know that teachers, students, and parents and guardians are able to refer students for these supports. Tier 2 supports are those that when those Tier 1 supports are not working for a given student, that those Tier 2 supports become available. So these supports will focus on an increased focus on teaching students those necessary social emotional skills through participating in social skills groups or referrals to those RUSD counseling supports. We also partner with Wellness Together to support individual students and also provide group instruction in social skills. And they utilize a toolbox curriculum that supports students in gaining 10 essential tools that will better equip themselves to be able to handle those social interactions they're having. And then our Tier 3 supports are for those students whom those Tier 1 and Tier 2 supports are not meeting their needs, right? So we recognize that this is a few number of students, but that we do have these needs in our schools. And for these students, our RUSD counselors, school psychologists, and mental health specialists are available to support these students. We also partner with our outside agencies, such as Wellness Together and Kids First, to provide these services for our students.
Can I don't know if you want us to interrupt, but I fully understand, I deeply understand how you identify these kids as they move through the tiers in a normal world. I've never really thought about how do we do that in a distance or a hybrid world? How are we identifying kids to move through the tiers?
Right now, we're identifying teachers in a very we're identifying students in a very similar way. It leans on teachers, but we're identifying students in a very similar way that we do in the traditional sense. We have a referral process that when teachers are noticing that students are not engaging, right, or that they are having issues participating, right, that we refer them for these services. And even in the traditional sense, referrals for social emotional supports can be tricky because often these are not your students who are having explosive behaviors. We have students who are having internalizing behaviors. And so we have, through that PBIS process, a referral that happens.
Okay, because in this issue could also be technology issues.
Mm-hmm.
could have nothing to do, so it's hard to know.
Right, and in a moment, we'll talk more about our tiered re-engagement process, and part of that process is a reach out on the part of the teacher to the home to talk about those barriers that are impacting the student. And so if that were to come to light that it is a social emotional concern, that would trigger a referral for supports. So we are also looking at what types of screening we want to have available on an ongoing basis for students, but also to be able to just check in more globally on their social emotional health. So we recognize that because this leans on teachers to be able to provide these supports at the Tier 1 level, and these supports are more important than ever, we wanted to make sure that our teachers going into this school year had the tools in their tool bag to address these needs. And so we did have a team of teachers and administrators come together over the summer to create a social emotional learning toolkit and provided professional development to all teachers when they return to school this year. So this toolkit is resources and strategies to promote social and emotional wellness, not only for students, but also for themselves. So we recognize as well that unless you are feeling well and taking care of yourself, it is even more difficult to take care of those around you if you are not doing that. So this toolkit has resources for teachers as well. Moving into school nutrition, with the current waiver that we are on, we are offering free breakfast at our identified sites and free lunch at all of our sites to our students. This will continue through the end of this year, but not through right now on the given waiver, not through the end of the entire school year, right? So for our families who have previously been or qualified for our free and reduced lunch program, it is still very important that they fill out the application and get that turned in. There is a deadline coming later this month that they need to have that approved. So we want to make sure that although there are free meals now being offered, those free meals they go through the end of December, not through June. Okay? We will still offer meals, but the waiver that we have doesn't go for the whole year.
That reminds me, sorry, but I don't know who to ask, but how much did we go up when we started offering it for anyone who wanted it?
24%? No.
24 meals. What? A tenfold increase?
No, threefold increase.
So for those that
Oh, I see. That's incredible, though.
3x.
Wow.
But you need to remember what Barbara's first number, 300 a day.
But still.
No, but that's district-wide. We normally serve how many meals a day? 4,000.
Right.
So we dropped to 300, and now we're back up to 1,000. We hope to see that
I think
increase.
it was because of an understanding, like they didn't realize it was available, and then when we did that thing saying it's for everyone, it just became, you didn't have to worry about whether or not you were qualified or not, and so you just went, or? Right.
Well,
I'd say another factor, and I talked to superintendents throughout the state, many of their districts saw similar drops in meal counts, whether they were urban, suburban, rural, large, small districts. And we tried to think about what was that. Was it because students weren't on campus and it was just not as convenient to come get that lunch? The other piece that happened is the CalFresh program provided funds on the cards for families to be able to feed their children during the summer because they knew the schools were closed. So we suspect that some of the families
went there.
had the funds
I see.
there and were able to use that.
Yeah.
And it was great of the state to do that.
Yeah.
And so is that program ran out and then we returned to that? We were seeing the meals increase. So we are monitoring that.
We continued to offer through the summer, though, right?
Right.
We did until
Amazing.
until our waiver ran out.
Right.
And so.
when did it run out in the summer? I'm sorry, I forgot.
It ran out up until the first day of school.
Right.
Oh, okay, okay.
Right, we were able to
Yeah.
continue.
So it went all summer.
So, but the bottom line now is that we're are we confident that every child that it qualifies for a free or reduced lunch is getting it every day in our schools? Or do we think there are still kids who are qualified who are not accessing it?
Given our typical number of free and reduced, right, not our number this year, we would not be reaching that threshold. But we can provide data on how many students are previously qualified for free and reduced lunch that we're accessing in the past and compare that to the 1,000 now.
And it'll also be interesting to see if we go to hybrid.
Yeah,
I
once you go
wonder
to
how much
hybrid.
of that's just we're not on campus, so we're just not going to make the trip, and then now they will.
Well, I'm sorry to have interrupted. Our nutrition services department has reached out directly to all students last year that were receiving free or reduced lunch to inform them of the opportunities and options. So we've done a direct contact. And also I'd share with the board that our current rate of application, because students have to renew their eligibility for free and reduced lunch annually.
Right.
We're running about 50% of our normal count. So we have posted on our websites, all of our websites, district, school, we've done outreach to the families that have qualified in the past, that, please sign up. They can do it electronically, because those students signing up not only get eligibility for the free and reduced lunch meals, but they also provides a way that funding is given to the district to provide all the extra programs that Hannah is describing, such as Title I, other support, supplemental funds. So the window's been extended till the end of December for families to sign up for us to get those funding that drive so many of the programs you're hearing about. So we do want our public to know, if you're eligible, please sign up. We know there's hard economic times due to COVID. We want to make sure the resources are there, but we want to make it as easy as we can, but we need families to do their part and sign up so that we can get those resources to them.
Okay, thanks.
Will we do anything about having someone like, from nutrition services or something, as kids come back to school next week, there to help them sign up? You know what I mean? I don't know if that's, well, if their parents are dropping them off at school, but I understood, because I just read the Bulldog Bulletin, that dropping off is really kind of, yeah. So I don't know if there's a way.
Really
but-
dropping off now.
And because we know that these resources are so needed by families and kids, that if the normal outreach, those pieces don't work, we've also talked about, we're going to ask some folks to do some little individual phone calling. Hello, Mr. Smith, we know that your child, we noticed you haven't. Is there anything we can do to assist you? Because we think that outreach may be the key. And if we need to do it in different languages, we'll do that as well.
Absolutely.
But we're going to do some individual efforts because we want to get the services to kids, but we need them to sign up so we can get the funding to do it.
Exactly.
But, yeah, no, I think that's a good idea.
So that was my commercial for the night.
No, I appreciate that. Sorry, Hannah, I promise you we'll get through this.
All right, these are great questions and great discussion. So these
You don't have any
meals,
plans tonight, do you?
No.
Okay, all right.
not at 9:23. These meals will continue in person learning, and then there will also be that curbside or walk-up service for students who are on their at-home day once we do return to hybrid. Moving into access to devices, we are continuing to ensure that devices and connectivity are available for pupils or students to support them in distance learning and also as we return to hybrid. We really want to highlight for families that they can access our support line if they are having any connectivity issues or any issues accessing their schoolwork. There is a number that they can call to reach a support service technician who can help them, or they are welcome to email our parent support at rocklandusd.org.
Can I interrupt you there?
Please.
Have we had this going, and is it being used during
Yes.
distance learning?
Mhm. It absolutely is, and I had the great opportunity to support our Rockland Virtual Campus families by we created just a help desk just for them, just to make sure that we are supporting our new virtual campus with all of these new platforms. And so I was fortunate enough to go sit with our tech services folks in the help desk and listening to all the phone calls and listening to them be able to provide direct support to families. I also know that our teachers are spending an enormous amount of time providing tech support. And so it's really important that we that we reach out and share with our families that this tech support line is there, and although they may not be able to solve every single issue that you might face, they can help troubleshoot and help work you through it far better than some of us who are just great tech users can do, but they can help with all those other connectivity things, like clearing your cache and all sorts of things, so.
All those things that kids know a lot about, right? Yeah.
Yes.
That's awesome. I think that's great. Plus, it helps when, we've got kids that are needing some help and a teacher is busy helping, these other kids. So that's a great resource for parents. Thanks.
Absolutely. So you can see just through the number of devices that we have loaned that we have far more engagement going on in distance learning this year than we did last year. So we went from about 2,000 Chromebooks being loaned last year to about 4,500 being loaned this year. And in terms of our hotspots, we went from 103 hotspots being loaned out last year to over 250 going out this year. And we have other hotspots available for families if in those phone calls that are made by teachers and school staff, if we find that internet or connectivity is a barrier, we are still able to check out devices to families to make sure that they have that hotspot available for them to access their schoolwork. The next piece that you're seeing here is our engagement data. And this comes up in two sections in the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. It's documented in the Pupil Participation and Progress section and also in the Pupil and Family Engagement and Outreach section. So part of SB 98 is not only that we track attendance of pupils, but also if we are tracking and making sure that students are engaging with their schoolwork, and that we are required to document when they are disengaged, and we are required to have a plan for re-engaging them. So that plan is tiered, and it has different points at which we would reach out. So in Rockland, there's a reach out that starts after 2 days of disengagement, and it goes each time the student is disengaged, it increases the level of support that we would provide and the level of outreach that we provide to a student and their family. So at 2 days of disengagement, an email would go home from the classroom teacher. Right? At 3 days of disengagement, a teacher would be making a personal phone call and discussing barriers that family is facing and how they can get their student back engaged in class. At 4, it would be referred to the office to reach out. At 5, it's referred to the principal. And at 6 and on, it's referred to sit down and have a meeting or a virtual space meeting and make sure that we're really talking about how do we eliminate barriers for participating in school. So just to be clear, this isn't attendance in terms of not participating, right? In terms of not coming to your virtual class, right? This disengagement code is tracking a student might be in their virtual space, but if they aren't participating in their virtual space or they aren't turning in their work, the teacher will actually go back in after and mark that they are disengaged. So go ahead. Did you have a question?
Yeah, you're not surprised. So I start by saying I appreciate the state asking for this. I appreciate us collecting this. It matters, and I appreciate our teachers taking the time to note this. It's not simple to do, but it helps a lot. So this is a very disturbing. First of all, let me ask before I say that. The intervention you just talked about, does that go along with this, or is this after 6+ days then we start interventions, or so we see the 6+, this is you're still absent after multiple interventions that have happened along the way?
You are
still
still
on day 3 we start interventions. If you're 6+ days disengaged, some interventions happen in your life and you're still disengaged.
Correct.
So it's particularly acute for the kids at the bottom end because they've been intervened and they're still disengaged. So this is obviously problematic across the board. It's something we need to be aware of, but in particularly galling around our disproportionality. And so this notion that our African American students, our English language learners, and Hispanic students are such a higher rate of disengagement cannot be acceptable to us as an organization. So making sure we're particularly understanding if the area yells, if it's a language issue, what it is, but not that we're just doing those. We ran our 6 days of interventions and now we're done. Let's see but that we're making sure we're collecting, understanding why it's not happening and seeing if we can do different interventions specifically targeted at the kids, the disproportionate kids who are not engaging, because it's indicative of our organization, unfortunately, what we see in the other data, but this is a perfect place where we can actually engage quickly and make sure we're stopping it. So I appreciate you bringing this data to us.
Absolutely.
a question, maybe, so I'm sure I understand it. So after 1 to 2 days of being disengaged, and that's the percentage along the top, so there's an email sent home at the end of the second day, right? Do I understand that? And then if they still are disengaging between 3 and 5 days, there is a phone call. But if you look to the 6+, does that mean, Rick, to your point, not that it's not important that we look at the top number, but that it's getting better or less of those students, like if I look
No,
at
I think it's the 0.8% of kids in the 6+, they've had 3 days of intervention and they're still not engaged.
So it's not the 3.4%. It's not 6.6 getting better.
No, those are the percent of all students that has 6 or more
Okay.
codes marking them as disengaged, 6 or more days of disengagement.
Okay.
So it's not, those students are not also counted in the 1 to 2 and also counted in the 3 to 5. It is
it's not
only
Not cumulative.
correct.
Got it.
No.
Okay.
One piece to make mention of here is that this is the data from the beginning of the school year until last Friday. Okay. And when we dug further actually into the EL data that you'll see on the next page, we recognized that about a third of the students, and we're working through this with all of these data sets to dive deeper into this information, but a third of the students, the interventions, even if they might have received those 6+ the first 6 days of school, right? And then now that has been addressed, right? And so we're working on getting this data at a place where it can be pulled more regularly, and then it is in a dashboard that principals can be looking at more regularly.
And also disaggregating success. So when we were successful with those, so when we're successful with African-American students, we know what we did for those kids and make sure we're trying to do it for all kids. That's great. Sorry,
So,
Derek. did you-
just one question, just looking at both of the data sets. On elementary, it says number of days disengaged. On secondary, it says number of periods. So just to, again, high school student, is it, 4 periods a day, so is it a day and a half, and that's the 6+, or is the period a day?
So you can't really compare that secondary, and we can go back to the elementary in a moment, but jumping to the secondary, this is the number of periods disengaged,
Okay, so
right?
a
And so
period is-
period is you're
One
going,
class period.
yeah, one
English,
class period.
math, right?
90
So
minutes.
you may have 6 in one day for that student. And so we're working to refine this data and get better at this data. We recognize that this is one of, actually I can share that when we dug into the students who had 6+ when we dug into all of the English learner data, we were recognizing that students were not trending of having all of the disengaged codes in one day. It was maybe they were really struggling with second period, or maybe they were struggling with first and second period, right? Or maybe they were struggling with the last period of the day. So there seemed to be some trends that we could see for individual students, and those trends are great because they can allow us to take actionable next steps with that student. So to your point, President Miller, although we recognize it is an incredible challenge to ask our teachers to take this additional data every single day, because not only are they taking attendance, they are going back in and marking whether a student was engaged or disengaged, or they only need to go in and mark if they were disengaged, right? If they don't mark it, it means they were engaged. But we recognize that there is such an importance to this data because it does allow us to intervene with those who are not engaged, right? And we recognize from these data sets that we have some significant gaps when it comes to our student groups. And these are the students truly, in my understanding, of why this piece was put in the law, right?
Absolutely.
We need to have extra checks and extra measures in our system to make sure that we are doing good work on behalf of these students. So to get this data in a more actionable place is our next step that we are working on, so that it is more regular for principals and more regular for school sites to take those quick next steps.
So can I just ask one question at least, is that how is it defined? I mean, how is it disengaged defined? And because to me, it would seem what one teacher thinks is disengaged, maybe somebody else doesn't, So
Yes, so disengaged in SB 98 is that they are not participating for 60% in a school week, right? But we need to work at looking at locally at calibrating what that disengagement means from classroom to classroom.
Yeah.
And part of that is doing internal audits on our own system to make sure that, we are checking as administrators to say, wow, Ms. Mabin had no students disengaged this week. That is exceptional. What is happening in that classroom, and how is she really keeping those students engaged, right? Or is it that we have a flaw and that we are struggling with going back in and completing that disengagement because you have a different level of understanding? It's not supposed to do harm, it's supposed to do good. Right? So you're not hurting a student by going in and marking it. You're supporting that student by making sure that other people will check in with them.
got it. Okay, thank you.
So just lastly on this, just wanting to make sure that, we've talked quite a bit about this data, but that we do have gaps. We are working to address them. This pushed us to make sure that we have those strong systems of interventions because they are already needed at this point in the year. At the August 5th board meeting, we talked quite a bit about how we plan to address pupil learning loss and distance learning. Some of the high-level actions that are implemented or that we are implementing are those individualized software programs to mitigate that learning loss, expanding the use of our online assessment tools to assess learning loss of students. We are also expanding our service delivery option for recovery services for students in special education, and working to provide at-home access to career technical education tools. Again, we recognize that students may be experiencing significant learning loss due to school closures and associated with COVID-19. This learning loss is exaggerated for particular student groups. And we have mechanisms in our system to make sure that we are tracking and following up with students. We also have additional actions. Many of those have been covered tonight. I want to touch in on the first action here, and that is to share, and I've mentioned it previously, but we recognize that that our teachers in our schools are going above and beyond to meet the needs of students in their classroom. And you heard during public comment tonight, teachers are working many hours to make sure that they're meeting the needs of their students, and we're starting to see that in the preliminary data that's coming back in the survey that's out this week. We believe that it is imperative that we put supports in our system to make sure that our teachers have what they need in order to support the students in their classrooms. And so we are implementing temporary instructional coaches, returning another elementary, secondary, and support for teachers that are special educators, so a special education instructional coach, inputting 3 back into our system to make sure that we have those supports available to teachers as we move through various models this school year. And initially those, the elementary and secondary will be in there to support Rockland Virtual Campus and making sure that those teachers in a totally new educational environment are supported, but those supports are available for all. We also continuing our school-based therapy, access to meals, and then providing that ongoing timely communication to families. The last part of this presentation is really to make sure that we talk about our targeted student groups and also pupils. This is documented in the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan as pupils with unique needs. So we have supports in our system for students in special education. As you heard Superintendent Stock share earlier, last Monday was the first day we were able to bring cohorts back on campus and shared the number of students that were returning there. This year we have also increased our collaboration between our general education and special education staff in order to support our students with accommodations and modifications. We have also a 5-day-a-week program for students as we return into hybrid for as many students as possible who will be able to remain in those small cohorts. Then we have also worked to write emergency plans and individual distance learning plans were developed for each student in special education to align with their offer of FAPE as closely as feasible. We also have always had a number of supports for English learners that are in our system, and those continue this school year with designated and integrated English language development, access to our EL support staff. This year, we are implementing access to software programs that allow these students to progress in the English language on their own, specifically at the secondary level. We have a number of newcomer students at that level and implemented a software to help them do that asynchronously. And of course, having translators and interpreters available. Items that are being implemented this year to make sure that we are meeting the needs of students during this pandemic are a temporary increase in hours to bilingual teachers and staff for students and families new to the country. Ongoing outreach and office hours by ELD and site staff. So all of our EL students were reached out to by EL staff within the first 2 days of the school year to check in on their progress and make sure they had connectivity. We also have been offering and will continue to offer. We need to refine this process and get better at it because our attendance has been low, but we want to offer adult learning opportunities in multiple languages that are targeted towards helping families through the curriculum and digital platforms. We will, when we return to hybrid, continue offering tutoring hours for EL students both after school and in the evening. This year, we have also made a schedule change. At the secondary level, we have periods of time when students go to ELD, so there weren't interruptions to their services. At the elementary level, we found last spring that sometimes the general education teacher and the EL staff would schedule their meets at the same time. So this year, we worked together and made sure, just a small change that can make a big impact is making sure that those EL students have an uninterrupted time to receive their services each day, where the general education teachers aren't scheduling synchronous meetings.
Great.
So we also will be providing newcomer hours in order to, for our EL support staff to provide that extra layer of instruction. Right? And we're looking to bring those students onto campus more regularly. We also have supports for our foster and homeless youth. We provided priority access for these students to check out Chromebooks and hotspots. We also are reaching out to those families to connect about their distance learning experience and how we can continue to serve them in the hybrid model, making sure that they have all the tools and supplies they need, that individual outreach for if they're accessing nutrition services, if they need social emotional supports, and whatever social service supports they need. Given the size of our district and the number of homeless and foster youth we have in the district, we also partner with Placer County Office of Education, their prevention and supports department, to provide a greater network of services for these families. And through that collaboration, we have an incredible team at PCOE that does this work. They are able to provide consultation, guidance, and education for our staff here in Rockland. They also have a phenomenal pandemic referral form that we can fill out very simply, and it provides direct contact to families who are in need of social service support, employment help, mental health, food security, and housing support. They also support us if we need to do home visits or any type of direct outreach, and they provide Tier 3 wraparound services for school sites. So if a school site was having a student study team meeting and meeting with a family, they could bring in a county representative who could best know all of the additional services and supports that are available. During this pandemic, we also want to make sure that we are supporting our foster youth and our socioeconomically disadvantaged youth, which includes those living in homelessness. And so we have increased our services to provide increased mental health services and referrals to community organizations for these families. And also we'll have tutoring available for families, for students who have experienced significant learning loss. And we will also be looking to implement the office hours for our parents and guardians to provide them more support, that parent training that we spoke about with EL. Last spring, we also trialed having a teacher liaisons at the school site. So we have always had office staff liaisons at the school sites, but we were trialing at a few sites having teachers be able to liaise with these families who can actually work with the classroom teacher on some of the barriers that this student is facing for our homeless and our foster youth in particular. So in working with Travis, and we had a conversation about, there's so much on teachers' plates right now. Do we want to start with that right now? No, but will we be looking to implement that this fall? Yes. So that is coming. So next steps with our learning continuity and attendance plan, and thank you for bearing with me in this long presentation. We are ready to respond to public comments during this period of between now and the approval. We will present at the September 29th board meeting for approval. We will submit our plan to Placer County Office of Education, and throughout the year we will be implementing the plan and monitoring its progress. With that, I am concluding the presentation and here to answer any additional questions, and would also recommend to hold a public hearing regarding the draft RUSD 2020-2021 Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan.
Great, thank you, Anna. With that, I'm going to officially open the public hearing for the plan. Colleagues, any questions? Any additional questions, I should say, because we have kind of already hammered her a little bit. Anything? Camille?
Yes, so just a note to say not much about how supporting those earlier kids before they actually get to kindergarten might be helpful in helping those numbers. So just want to put that bug in somebody's ear. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll make another note along those lines, and I said this to Roger. I was disappointed and concerned that I didn't find our low SES kids in this presentation, which clearly we need to be understood. I understand there's a data reason why that can't be, and I appreciate that, but I just want to call out that making sure that we are doing everything we can to rectify that and understand how our most vulnerable kids are doing in this moment is going to be important. So I appreciate it. I look forward to seeing that as well. And the only other thing I wanted to do is let me just make sure quickly. I don't need to do anything. Thank you. Thank you for doing this. And I also really want to thank all of our volunteers. A lot of people put a lot of time and effort into getting it this far, just out of the kindness of their hearts, and we deeply appreciate it. So thank you, and thank you to all of them. Chief Capra, any public comments on this item?
No, there aren't, President Miller.
Great. So with that, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I think that's it, right? We're voting next time, right? Great, thank you, Hannah, I appreciate it. Okay, with that, we're going to move on to item on Resolution 20-2112, establishing appropriate limitations, the ever-popular GAN limit. It's very exciting, Barbara. Barbara.
Good evening, President Miller, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Stock. So it's that time of year again. Ed Code requires that each year the governing board adopt a resolution to identify the estimated appropriations limit for the current fiscal year and the actual appropriations limit for the preceding fiscal year. The GAN limit has become largely a pro forma calculation and no longer constrains governmental expenditures, but it is required by the state constitution. So before you is the resolution to establish this, the 2019-20 and 2021 appropriations limit, along with the calculation.
Great, thank you, Barbara. Trustees, any comments? Eric?
I would like to move that we approve Resolution 20-21-2.
Can you hold on 1 second before you do that? Although I appreciate that. I'm excited about the GAN limit too. Chief Capra, are there any public comments?
No, President Miller.
What were you going to say, Eric?
I believe my motion is on the table. Do we have a second?
I have a motion by Eric, a second by Camille. Brenda, will you please call the roll?
Jordan Schneider,
Yes.
Camille Maben, Derek Counter,
Yes.
Eric Stevens,
Yes.
Rochelle Price,
Yes.
Rick Miller.
Yes. Okay, Barbara, I think we're going to go forward to the unaudited actuals.
The district is required to submit unaudited actuals for the previous fiscal year to Placer County Office of Education and the state California Department of Education each September. So I'm going to try to be very brief tonight in this presentation. We'll be presenting the summary form and then major changes since the estimated actuals. The estimated actuals were presented to you with the 2020-21 adopted budget that the board approved back in June. So the district spent $134 million last year and received a little over $131 million. So we deficit spent over $2.7 million in the unrestricted fund. We made contributions to restricted programs of $19.6 million. There's basically 3 programs that are not self-funded, if you will. Special education, we contributed $15.4 million. The routine restricted maintenance account, again, we're required to contribute 3% of actual expenditures, so that was a little over $4 million. And then the junior ROTC of $163,000. This also shows you the components of the ending fund balance. With the deficit spending of the $2.7 million, the fund balance went down by the same amount. Your non-spendable is your prepaid expenditures and revolving cash fund. Your restricted are those programs restricted by an outside third party of $7.3 million. Committed was done by board resolution prior, and this is committing the facilities use fees and cell tower fees for continuing to improve facilities and equipment and repairs. And then assigned is by administration through our budget assumptions. The assigned for subsequent year deficit spending is almost $3.2 million. So that's what we have in our adopted budget that had been updated August 5th to reflect the state adopted budget. This is the best practice to separately assign fund balance for the subsequent year's projected deficit spending to show that we're planning for spending down the fund balance and to count for it in our calculation for our reserves. So the available reserves are at about 10% as of June 30th, and that's a combination of the assigned for deficit spending, subsequent year deficit spending, and the reserve for economic uncertainty, the blue items. So the multi-year projection will be updated for the enrollment loss and adjustments to staffing and other revenues and expenditures, and will be presented to the board later this year at first interim.
But revenue loss for low ADA will be in the 3rd year, not.
Pardon me?
That'll be in the 3rd year, right? They will see revenue loss for ADA because there's a whole.
It will be
for
in
2 years.
2022, 23, based on current law, right? So if you jump, sorry, I jumped. If you jump forward to slide 6, it shows this information in numerical form, but basically changes from the estimated actuals. There really weren't any changes in the $101 million in unrestricted revenue. It's about $8,000 change, not worth mentioning. And then there were some additional savings in salaries and benefits due to decreases in substitute costs and also in vacancies. As we had school shut down, we did not go and rehire as we got vacancies. And then decreases in books and supplies, mostly again due to being shut down. And then in the restricted side, general accepted accounting principles for school districts require that we have to report the state contribution, the STRS on behalf, both in the revenue and expense, so it's shown in both places, and there was an adjustment of 1.8 million, so you'll see that in both the revenues and expenditures. And then, as you know, the federal restricted programs normally cannot have an ending fund balance, so any unspent budget also reduces the revenue and is treated as unearned for accounting purposes, but those will be rolled over to be spent in the future school year. We did have decreases in materials, books and supplies, non-public school services, and capital projects, again, due to the closure. And we did have an increase in COVID-19 related expenditures since estimated actuals, about $481,000. That was mostly for nutrition services. And we had to transfer accounting requirements. We had to transfer the nutrition services costs into the general fund to be able to utilize the federal CARES funding for that purpose. So again, this is just numerical representation of the major changes that I just talked to you about. So bottom line is district spent more than we brought in by about $2.7 million and is projected to deficit spend by an additional $3.2 million in 2021. The reserve for economic uncertainty and assigned fund balance for subsequent year deficit spending only increased by 0.65% from estimated actuals. And about half of the increase was as a result of transferring the supplemental, the ending balance in the supplemental funds into the reserves. The big increase in the change in the subsequent year deficit spending item was because, of course, at adopted, we had the cut in LCFF funding, and then when the state adopted the budget, that went away. So that's the major change there. So differences in this year with COVID-19 in budgeting. As we spoke before, we are held harmless. The state did realize that it'd be difficult to fund and report ADA this year, and so we will be funded at the 2018-19 P2 level ADA for local control funding formula. We aren't held harmless at on lottery revenue, however, but we are for the local control funding formula. But we are required, even though we're not required to report ADA, we are required to provide additional tracking of daily student engagement and instructional minutes, as Hannah referred to in our local continuity and attendance plan. And there are actual real financial penalties if we don't document and follow those requirements. So the CARES Act was provided in the state 2020-21 adopted budget to districts, but it did allow us to go back and charge expenditures back to March of 2020. So we did do that for a total of $513,000. We still have not received any of the cash for any of these programs, but we do expect to have some of the first payments come this month. So we still have a few days in September to receive some of those funds. We did our first reporting on those funds on Monday, and we'll have quarterly reporting on how those funds are spent as well. What we principally transferred to these costs were expenses for face masks, cleaning supplies, and professional development, along with the cost to provide the meals, as I mentioned before. So after the board approves the local continuity and attendance plan, then we will be putting those revenues and expenditures into our budget for the first interim report. The budgeting cycle, so we are here for approval of the unaudited actuals and the LCP in September. And then first interim will be in December, along with the parent budget overview, which is another new report that will be required this year, but we expect to be in the normal LCAP planning and reporting process for the remainder of the year, to be brought back in June. So assumptions going forward, what will the total cost to deal with COVID-19 be this year? We don't know. And we're hoping that the federal government will provide additional round of funding, but as you know, that's not going anywhere right now. But we are still hopeful. In addition, we're hopeful that they'll extend the deadline to spend this CARES money from December 30th at least to the end of the school year instead of right in the middle of the school year. Again, enrollment growth was less than projected by over 600, and so we did make some staffing adjustments as a result of that. And although we would like each and every student that left to return to the district, we know that that is not likely. So it will have an impact, as you said, on the 2022-23 funding. And so as we go into our budget planning, as you know, when we adopt the budget, and I know we're talking about, oh my gosh, it's 9 months from now, adopting budget next year, then the 2023-24 year will roll into what we have to have approved by the county. And so because we're continuing to deficit spend, there will be additional reductions that we'll need to consider as we enter into the budget development for the following year. These are not new assumptions that may adjust up or down for our funding and our expenditures, but we have had in the past special education costs continue to increase year over year, so we have built that into our multi-year projection, and we are continuing to expect the cafeteria fund and the district general fund to deficit spend this year. There's growing concern that the governor's budget proposal in January for 21-22 will have worse news for K-12 education than the current assumptions in the state, and so we'll get a hint of that when the Legislative Analyst's Office comes out in November, and then we'll get to hear it for real in January. So that's to come. So immediate next steps, our auditors will be here next week to audit our unaudited financial statements, and we'll be bringing the independent audit report to you. It's required to be presented to the board and approved by January 31st, and our plan is to bring it to you along with the first interim report on the December 16th board meeting. So I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Barbara. I appreciate that. Board members, any questions? Chief Capra, any questions from the public?
No, President Miller.
I think I got a motion. Moved by Derek, second by Rochelle. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Barbara. And Barbara, I do also just want to say, I know it's been a crazy time. I appreciate the diligence with you and the last minute. It took a lot of time to make sure this was right, would be coming for us. I know there's been a lot of upheaval in the world and in your life, and we appreciate it. And enjoy the auditors next week. I'm sure it'll be fun. Okay, Dr. Rouse, come forward, please.
Good evening, President Miller, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Stock. At the September 2nd, 2020 board meeting, the board approved Resolution 20-21-05. It was a resolution of intention to grant the Placer County Water Agency a non-exclusive permanent easement located at 810 Lazy Trail Way, north in the city of Rockland, and that is our new elementary school, number 12, that we're currently building right now. And this is as required by the California Education Code Section 17557. And tonight, we're asking the board to recommend to hold a public hearing and a motion to take action to authorize Resolution 20-21-09. And this is a resolution granting the Placer County Water Agency a non-exclusive permanent easement located at 810 Lazy Trail Way, north in the city of Rockland. So this is giving the PCWA about 840 square feet right-of-way easement to work on their pipes that cross our property up the corner of that property at the school site.
Thanks, Craig. With that, I'm going to open a public hearing. Comments? Derek?
Just to help out everyone, when we give that easement, you're just opening up a channel in the ground. They're going to do their work, and then they're going to cover it back up?
Yep. They're allowed to come on
make
the
sure
property.
everyone knows.
Cover it back up and replace, but exactly.
Want to make sure.
They have the right of way to come on our property and fix the pipes.
This isn't a water
We're not gonna
tower
call
or
it
anything
Derek
like that,
Ditch.
right? No, I just want to make sure. Okay.
Any other questions? Chief Capper, any public comments?
No, President Miller.
Okay, with that, I will close the public hearing. I will ask for a motion and a second to take action on Resolution 2021-09, a resolution authorizing Rockland Unified School District to grant the Placer County Water Agency a non-exclusive permanent easement location 810 Lazy Trail Way North in the city of Rockland. Do I have a motion moved by Derek, seconded by Camille? Camille. Brenda, will you please call the roll?
Jordan Schneider?
Yes.
Camille Maben? Yes. Derek Counter?
Yes.
Eric Stevens?
Yes.
Rochelle Price?
Yes.
Rick Miller?
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 12.1, Chinese Immigrant History and RUSD Curriculum. Dr. McDonald.
So good evening, President Miller, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Stock. I have the non-enviable position of being, if you're a Tour de France fan, in the wearing the Lanterne Rouge, which is the red lantern shirt, last place. Also means I get to, of course, take my time with my presentation, so pressure's off. But it is my honor to bring back to the board an issue that was brought up in July in terms of local Rockland history and equity. Back in July, an alumni of Whitney High School, Diego Liebman, shared research with the board that he conducted on Joel Parker Whitney, the namesake of local parks, neighborhoods, and Whitney High School. In the research, Diego learned that Joel Parker Whitney had disparaged and exploited early Chinese Americans in the Rockland area and used demeaning terms to describe them. He voiced concerns that he was never, as a student in Rockland, given a fuller picture of Joel Parker Whitney in the history courses he took while a student in Rockland, and advocated for the following measures to be taken: a more expansive look at history in the social science curricula to take a broader, more inclusive view of local history, including the voices of diverse peoples in the area, and the renaming of a building at Whitney High School after a prominent Chinese American who resided in Rockland. So tonight I'm going to give you some relevant information and some recommendations. The request to examine local history makes sense in a number of ways in the current context. One, the RUSD strategic plan promotes an inclusive culture where diversity and individual differences are valued and celebrated. And as you know, we're doing a lot of equity work throughout the district. In our LCAP, we highlight that as well, that inclusive culture where diversity and individual differences are valued and celebrated. And finally, in light of current events across the country where we see there's ongoing protests over systematic racism in the United States, and then the recasting of historical figures and events through diverse perspectives and narratives. Other relevant information includes a couple board policies. One, Board Policy 6144 on instruction. This has to do with instruction related to sensitive issues, and the teaching of those sensitive issues. Also that the adopted course of study and curricular goals should be designed to develop students' critical thinking skills, and of course an understanding and tolerance of diverse points of view. Also Board Policy 7310 on facilities, which gives the Board of Trustees the ability to create a ad hoc committee of district parents, students, and public to consider the renaming of new facilities or existing facilities after, through extraordinary circumstances or through thorough study. Currently, if we examine history, social studies content standards in California public schools, when we talk about specific issues having to do with Chinese immigration, which is where this centers on, we find those issues at specific grade levels. You can see in 3rd grade, we talk about local history. In 4th grade, we talk about immigration and migration to California, the Chinese Exclusion Act. We come back to it in 8th grade when we talk about migration to the West. And then back in 11th grade, understanding, again, immigration and industrialization, Chinese Exclusion Act, Alien Land Act. Overall theme that kind of meets what we're talking about here is this idea that students need to be able to recognize the role of change and oversight and error in history, and interpretations of history that are subject to change as new information is uncovered. A couple years ago, if you may recall, we did quite a bit of work on history social studies, and including extensive committee work on developing a Rockland resource for topics. It was originally called a sensitive topics, but it's a resource for a number of topics in history social studies. 2 of those are very relevant to the work being done here today, and that is the topic of race, ethnicity, and national origin, and the topic of immigration. And just to refresh your memories, this resource was developed for teachers to be able to go to it and understand how to frame language or approach sensitive topics in their classrooms, and teachers were provided, history social studies teachers, K-12, were provided training on this resource and how to use it. In our current curriculum, we do have many references specifically to Asian Americans and immigration. Our Studies Weekly K-5 curriculum specifically actually has an article on Rockland and the community of Rockland and the history of Rockland. They do talk about Asian immigrants and their work on the Transcontinental Railroad and contributions to the California economy and development. In McGraw-Hill, our 7 through 12 curriculum, that excludes our 10th grade geography curriculum. We do have topics addressing Asian immigration, specific again to the California Gold Rush and the role of Asian Americans in that process. So recommendation to the board tonight would be to address Diego Liebman's request to convene couldn't come up with a good topic, so I'm going to call it a good name, so I'm going to name it the Equity and Local History Committee. But you are the board and make that decision. But the goal of this committee would be to review relevant curricula in TK-12, garner information and input on the history of local diverse peoples from local sources and experts, to seek input from Rockland teachers and specialists on current curricula and potential inclusion of additional content, to identify supplemental lessons and activities and curricula to promote multiple diverse viewpoints from local history, to consider the creation of a Joel Parker Whitney learning artifact at Whitney High School. This would be a monument or a place where people could go and actually learn a fuller picture of Joel Parker Whitney and his role in developing Rockland and provide that insight for students or for anyone who wanted to visit the artifact. And then finally, to make a recommendation to the Board of Education for curricular additions and potentially that learning artifact. So the proposed committee composition would include teachers and staff from relevant grade levels, school site administrators, district office administrators, instructional coaches, members of the RUSD Equity Committee, students, parents, and then community members and local experts. And I know Mr. Liebman had identified several local experts he'd worked with from the Rockland Historical Society and local universities who he consulted with when he brought this to us. The committee timeline, we would establish the committee in October, the membership, and then convene the committee. We determine priorities, objectives, and deliverables on a timeline. November through the spring, we would meet committee or subcommittee meetings to evaluate materials, conduct research, meet with local groups and experts, and then solidify the recommendations. And finally, in the spring, we would be presenting back to you all, the Board of Trustees and the superintendent. Next steps to consider after that point would be, again, the committee would share recommendations with the board, the integration of that additional content or the recommendations. So if supplemental curricular lessons would be integrated into existing adoptions, we'd want a work group that would be established to create professional development and guidance for affected grade levels. If we were going to go forward with the creation and deployment of a learning artifact, we'd create a work group to develop that and research that and deploy that. And finally, consideration of building renaming by the board could happen at that point, where based on BP 7310 that I mentioned earlier, the board might consider a renaming of a building.
Great, thank you, Dr. Marzano, I appreciate it. Why don't we do some board comments first, and then we'll go. So comments. Derek?
Just question on, and just where you have local folks, local experts. I know you mentioned Rockland Historical Society. Just their engagement, their support, their just general feedback of when you broached it with them. Just curious on that.
I haven't approached them, so I'm just making recommendations. You know, these could be people that we'd include on the committee, but I'd want to cast a wider net in terms of recruiting folks. Absolutely.
In the previous meeting where this was brought up, I think at least one member of the Rockland Historical Society gave public comment voicing interest and support. And so we would, taken from that, think they'd want to be a part of this.
Right, great.
Eric?
I think it's a no-brainer anytime we can tie more of the social sciences curriculum to Rockland and Placer County in the immediate area. I know we really focus on that in certain grades, but just to make it more real and something that our students can literally go places in town and know about our history, I think that just helps connect them to the materials. So I think that right there is a great reason. And this seems like a good recommendation. I don't have any changes. I think hopefully out of this, we can both tie the curriculum to local history and also make sure we're doing an appropriate and proper job at telling the diverse history of our town.
Okay, thanks, Eric. Any other comments? Sorry.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
No, go for it.
So, thank you for the.
You might, okay.
Thank you for the thorough presentation and the thorough job of putting something together, you know, versus just, yes, thank you. Good job.
I also wanted to applaud the efforts of Diego. He went to a lot of work and gathered a lot of research, and it was quite impressive. I love the idea that we teach and develop some community pride, and, you know, it helps kids feel grounded when they know more about where they're from. I'm doing the Rockland Leadership class right now, and last week we talked about local history, and the Gallardos brought in all sorts of different groups, so I would for sure suggest we also include Irish, Finnish, Spanish, Japanese, and those folks at the Rockland Historical Society, they know their stuff, so I'm sure that they'd be a great resource. So.
Okay, I'm gonna ask for, we have public comment, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna flip it around a little bit because I have to check on the Zoom. So why don't we say this, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess. There's about 20 additional comments since the last time we read. If people could take a look at those, I'm gonna put us in recess till 10:20. We'll come back at 10:20 and then we'll take the Zoom public comments on this. Okay, so we're in recess till 10:20. I'm sorry, are you ready? I'm saying you're ready. Okay, we're calling us back to order. Chief Capra, we're ready to hear. We've now had a chance to read through all the submitted public comment. Chief Capra, can you take us through the Zoom? I understand there's 5 or 6 people, so take it away.
Thank you, President Miller. First up, we have Diego Liebman. Diego, can you hear us? Let's try that again. Diego, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Great.
Okay. Good evening, all. Thank you for being receptive to this initiative. Since the last meeting, the following groups have endorsed the proposal: the California State Railroad Museum, the Chinese Historical Society of America, the California Indian History Curriculum Coalition, the UC Davis History Project, and the MIDU Museum. I fully support establishing the Equity and Local History Committee to review and recommend supplemental curriculum materials under Board Policy 6144, covering the gold rush from important Indigenous, Chinese, and African American perspectives in grades 3, 4, 8, and 11, per my discussion with the superintendent. I have begun compiling professionally vetted resources for adoption that abide by the HSS standards and frameworks provided by the California Historical Society of America, the California History Social Science Project, and others. I would now like to formally request that the Chinese American Council of Sacramento, Tiffany Adams, the Rockland Historical Society, the UC Davis History Project, and myself have seats on the Local Equity and Local History Committee. They will also be speaking tonight. Next, I fully support the committee deliberating on a learning artifact, which, if a plaque or memorial, falls under Board Policy 7310. With that said, I and others strongly urge the superintendent to add considering naming a Whitney High building after a Chinese American to the committee's responsibilities, as both items review the same set of Rockland and Joel Parker Whitney history, will include the same groups and people, and fulfill the same purpose of examining equity and local history. Both of these items fall under the purview of BP 7310. In BP 7310, the board authorizes the superintendent to, quote, maintain procedures for the creation of ad hoc committees and, quote, determine the suitability and appropriateness of such dedicatory monuments and naming additions, which shall have, quote, final approval by the board. Clearly, adding the naming addition to the committee's responsibilities is within the superintendent's authority under BP 7310. Therefore, it is the position of myself and others that postponing the non-binding consideration of a naming addition is unnecessary and impractical, and doing so would require the same committee members considering a learning artifact after the 4 to 5 month process outlined in the committee timeline to meet for another 4 months to review the same history, granted an added list of naming candidates, with the same people that they just did voluntarily, not to mention taking up more of the district's valuable time, energy, and resources in the midst of a pandemic. Thank you, and I look forward to working with the district on this matter and to hear from everybody else that I'm working with tonight.
Thank you so much, Diego. Deeply appreciate it.
Up next, we have Henry Laus, and after him, Tiffany Adams. Henry Laus. Henry, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me. My name is Henry Losi. I'm a resident in Rockland since 1978 and the current president of the Rockland Historical Society. I might add that when I saw Diego Lieberman's initiative, I was quite excited about it, and we were going to support it from the very start, which we did. The Historical Society right now has a pretty good and strong presentation for the 3rd graders, but not for 4th, 8th, or 11th. Right now, our most important things in the past have been the railroad. We were named Rockland Railroad before Roseville when it was known as Junction, and Loomis when they were known as Pino. We've also worked with the granite quarries, Spanish people, migration from Spain to Hawaii, that's right, Hawaii, and then to the Rockland area. But we've got some holes in our armor here, and that's the Chinese, the Japanese, and the Native Americans. So I'm really looking forward to this committee, and hopefully if we can get a member from our Rockland Historical Society, I would be very happy to serve on that. So thank you once again for listening to me, and have a good evening.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Tiffany Adams, and after her, Stacy Greer. First, Tiffany Adams.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hasasaka Heitanani. Good evening, and thank you, Diego Leibman and the board for allowing me to speak about the Equity and Local History Committee. My name is Tiffany Adams, and I am Koyankali and Nisenan descent and an enrolled member of the Chemehuevi Indian tribe. I'm a graduate of Sierra College in Rockland. I received my Bachelor's of Fine Art from the Institute of American Indian Arts in Santa Fe. Why history matters. As an Indigenous person to the state, I'm keenly aware of the absence of our stories in public education. Since beginning my schooling many years ago, I've endured inaccurate and skewed histories, all of which are based in outdated Euro-American settlers and anthropological experience of my ancestors' history, if we are mentioned at all, much like this evening by the board. We reside in a county where I am forced to bear witness and be subject daily to monuments built to commemorate genocide and environmental destruction. Though these atrocities didn't begin with the gold rush, it continues today for Indigenous people. It is a celebration of the destruction of our world, of our ancestors, of us, as we are the land. Today, I ask that we look at addressing the way we view history. I ask that we broaden our lens to include the stories and contributions of the people who have inhabited this land for thousands of years, people who lived in balance with the world around them. I ask you to include contributions of scientific knowledge, engineering, and land management, including living histories, because we are still here. We need to teach Indigenous brilliance as much as we teach Indigenous trauma and suffering. We must include the contributions of other minorities who have been misrepresented and underrepresented in the current flawed interpretation of history. This interpretation has failed to include past and present contributions these groups have made to what we now call California. But I must state clearly, this should not come before or take priority over the need for recognition of Indigenous peoples of this place. This would also be a beginning place for incorporating the new legislation requiring ethnic studies in our schools, Assembly Bill 331. Rockland Unified could be a leader in creating accurate and culturally reflective and responsive curriculum informed by Indigenous and minority voices, their experiences, and work as a powerful engine of change for a more equitable future for education in Northern California. We all have opportunities in our lives to do something greater than ourselves in support of truth and justice. It is not often that people are moved to do so if it doesn't directly benefit us. As a student activist myself, I understand the undertaking of this project, and I want to acknowledge Diego Leibman for taking on this important work. This is hard work, but it is also heart work. He is a shining example of the type of scholars Rockland Unified nurtures. My name is Tiffany Adams, and I would urge you to include the Nisenan and Indigenous people of California to the Equity and Local History Committee groups for review. Mike Wiss.
Thank you, Tiffany. Up next is Stacy Greer, and after Stacy will be Rohan Sharma. First, Stacy Greer.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear fine.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments in support of this item. My name is Stacy Greer, and I'm the director of the History Project at UC Davis, where I lead our efforts to provide professional learning and curricular support for teachers in the greater Sacramento region. We bring together scholars, teachers, and education partners to improve history, social science education to help develop an informed, engaged, and literate citizenry. We are one of 5 sites of the statewide California History Social Science Project at UC campuses across the state. A few years ago, we led a workshop to introduce your high school teachers in Rockland to the updated history social science curriculum framework. And we've also led workshops at Placer County Office of Education and open programs where some of your teachers have attended. So we've gotten to know a few of them over the years through these and other programs that we've participated in. We've also have experience working with some of your neighboring districts, most extensively with Western Placer Unified and Roseville City K-8. So that's a little bit about our background, but I'm here particularly to indicate our support for your efforts to expand your history social science curriculum to take a broader, more inclusive view of local history, to include the voices of diverse peoples of the area, and support your efforts to form a committee for curriculum additions under Board Policy 6144. We at the History Project believe that students connect more fully to the curriculum when they learn about local examples that make the history become alive and makes it become more relevant and real for them. And I believe your efforts to bring more voices will help students better appreciate the rich diversity of your region, our state, and our nation. Few classroom teachers learn this local history ourselves with sufficient depth to teach it to our students. And as you saw in the previous example, the textbooks may cover it, but in a fairly superficial manner without enough depth to give students a real appreciation for those examples. So supplemental resource will be needed to address these topics effectively. So the History Project is happy to support this effort. We're excited that Diego reached out to us and is connected with us. And we would be honored to serve as an advisory to the committee or a member of the committee for equity in local history if invited to do so. Additionally, should there be more resources, we are available to provide support to your district teachers through curriculum development and or professional learning. And I believe you may have heard from our faculty advisor, Dr. Cecilia Su, who spoke at a previous board meeting. She is one member of our team of educators, graduate students, and scholars who could provide further support to your efforts. So in summary, I just want to applaud your efforts to explore a more expansive history of your local community, our region, and our state. And thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Up next, Rohan Sharma, and after Rohan, Jill Gallardo. First, Rohan. Rohan, can you hear us? President Miller and trustees will move on to Jill Gallardo and try and get Rohan back shortly.
Rohan is always great. We always want to hear from Rohan, so we can get him back for sure.
Hi, it's Jill. Are you able to hear me?
Councilwoman, of course, please.
Thank you. Superintendent Stock, President Miller, and members of the board, first and foremost, thank you. We're in a crisis none of us created, and the answers aren't easy, and clearly strong emotions on both sides. So I want to thank you, the bus drivers, the custodian, Barbara, her finance staff, the teachers, food service folks. Thank you for doing everything you are to make sure our students receive a quality education. Some of you might know the city is currently in the process of hiring a new city manager, and our pool of applicants is exceptionally large and very high quality. And when each candidate was asked why Rockland, every single one mentioned the quality schools as one of their top reasons why they choose to come to Rockland. So thank you again for making us look so attractive. I'm speaking tonight in support of asking Superintendent Stock to form a committee that includes representatives from various stakeholders, including the Rockland Historical Society, for dedicating monuments to our early pioneers who built this city. I completely understand you're buried in important projects right now, and this might not be an issue high on your list of priorities, but I believe there's a sense of urgency, and this issue, time has come. I can tell you when the first members of the Gallardo family arrived from Spain about 100 years ago, Rockland was a very diverse community. Irish, Finnish, Spanish, Japanese, Chinese families all worked together to create a community that's been nationally recognized as one of the best to live and raise a family. Just steps away from Springview, you'll see the middle school, you'll see landmarks from our indigenous people here long before us all. Rockland is a proud home to the 442nd Regiment, Japanese soldiers fighting for our country while their families were locked away in internment camps. And our kids need to know about this. The city has and continues to recognize our founding families as we name each park: Willard, Johnson, Springview, Joe Hernandez, Sasaki, Corral Alva, and even Guayaldo are some of the examples you might recognize. When you step outside the office of Rockland Elementary, you'll see a small plaque on the wall that says Fred Bask, 1959. That plaque recognizes my husband's grandfather on his retirement. Fred wasn't the principal or the superintendent or even a beloved teacher. He was the groundskeeper and custodian. How incredibly kind that the staff and community chose to recognize him for his love of the school and efforts to make it beautiful all those years ago. But team, that was over 60 years ago. And to the best of my knowledge, there hasn't been a similar plaque or recognition since. So I think we can do better. I strongly support your consideration in recognizing our diverse city founders, not just to honor them, but to spark an interest and educate our students. So when they see a plaque like Grandpa Bask, they just might ask why. Congratulations to you also. You turned out some exceptional students like Diego, who's clearly a lifelong learner. And thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We really appreciate you taking the time to call in this evening. Chief Capper, did we find Rohan by any chance?
Let's try again. Rohan Sharma, are you listening? All right, we have one final comment, and then we will try and get Rohan back. Twyana Armstrong will go next.
Great, thank you.
Hi, good evening.
Yep,
Yes,
we got you.
Good evening. Thank you guys so much for all your service. I know it's a long evening, but I want to make sure that I provide comment with regards to the work that Diego has done and to hear the passion behind all of the effort that went into making Rockland this wonderful city in which we live. As a co-chair of Leadership Rockland, I certainly enjoyed our session where Al Corral came in and spoke with us about the history of Rockland. He is a treasure, a living treasure, a walking treasure with the wealth of knowledge that he has. I also want to propose the committee. There is a photo in the Historical Society that has an African-American man standing within the miners. And it's not dated, so we are unsure of his identity or any other information, but I certainly would love to work with the committee as we put together this great historical perspective of the foundation of Rockland and began to recognize all of those who have made contributions. I want to make sure that that we're there offering support as well. So well done, Diego, and certainly offering my assistance to be a part of that committee, as well as if we can find some additional information about others who have contributed to Rockland. It's a great place to live, and we want to make sure that everybody gets recognized for their input. So thank you, guys. Have a great evening.
Thanks, Juan. Appreciate it, and happy belated birthday. Okay, is Rohan there, or are we?
Actually, Rohan is going to log off, and we're going to try and get him. We do have one more. Alex Eng will speak now. Alex, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Alex.
Okay. Good evening, trustees of the Rockland Unified School District. Thank you very much for putting this important item on your agenda. My name is Alex Eng. I'm a resident and third-generation Chinese American, and I am the president of the Chinese American Council of Sacramento. I have served on the boards of several Asian American nonprofit organizations, and I've been a community activist since 1992. I guess I'm dating myself a little bit there. But to give you a little background, the Chinese American Council of Sacramento is a 501c4 nonprofit organization. It was formed in 1986 by community leader Frank Fett. he wanted CACS to be the advocate and voice of the Chinese American community. And it is in that spirit that we support Diego Liebman's proposals. CACS acknowledges the negative actions perpetrated against the Chinese during the same period. Joel Parker Whitney was making many contributions to the development of the Rockland area. Nevertheless, today we can take positive steps to rectify the wrongdoings of the past and highlight the accomplishments. CACS applaud the formation of the Equity and Local History Committee for the curriculum addition, as well as the inclusion of an educational monument dedicated to the Chinese and others who contributed to the development of Rockland. As part of this committee, we would recommend recruiting the services of Dr. Timothy Fong, former head of the CSUS Asian Studies program, and of Dr. Alfred Yi, author and CSUS lecturer on Chinese American history. Their expertise and input in this area would be most invaluable. Furthermore, we do strongly advocate for a subcommittee comprised of the same personnel to provide names for Whitney's High School's new addition. In conclusion, the Chinese American Council of Sacramento thanks the Rockland Unified School District for its consideration and support of this project. We look forward to working with you to promote a better understanding and harmony within our schools and community. And I just want to say in my remaining time that I applaud the school board for their patience and endurance in serving the community. I've been listening to your meeting throughout the evening, and my hats are off to you. I'll tell you, you guys do a hell of a job. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Dana, are we?
Yeah, we're going to try and bring in Rohan right now. Rohan, can you hear us? Give us a second. We're bringing him in another way. Rohan, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Rohan, welcome. Good to
Perfect.
actually
Okay.
get at work.
Good evening, RUSD Board of Trustees. My name is Rohan Sharma and I live in Rockland. And honestly, I had no intention of speaking at another board meeting. However, the formation of the Equity and Local History Committee is too important for me to sit on the sidelines for. As a Whitney High School alum and a former member of the RUSD Task Force and Steering Committee on Equity and Inclusivity, I felt compelled to speak in strong support of the formation of this committee and subsequent adoption of the modified curriculum. During our Equity Committee meetings, our biggest obstacle was ensuring that our plans and ideas were not merely reflected on paper, but more importantly, in classrooms, schools, and curriculum, that every student, teacher, staff member, and administrator knew what equity was through witnessing it being applied in their daily lives. There is no better opportunity to achieve that ideal than through this initiative. I can confidently affirm that the proposed curriculum modifications satisfy all of the goals and rubrics established by the Equity Steering Committee this past spring. As such, I ask the board and superintendent to approve the Equity and Local History Committee as well as a subcommittee on naming a building at WHS. I also request that the Chinese American Council of Sacramento, Tiffany Adams, the Rockland Historical Society, the UC Davis History Project, and Diego Liebman are represented on this committee. There is an important lesson to take away from this process. That lesson being that in spite of the historical wrongdoings of our community, we today have an opportunity to ensure that RUSD students and leaders will create a better future because they will have learned from the past. That is the purpose of history. That is the purpose of this initiative. And I believe that is the purpose of RUSD. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohan. Deeply appreciate you coming back. If you're still there, when does UCLA start? He's gone. We're excited for him, though. So, okay. Great. Chief Capper, that's it?
Yes, President Miller, that's it.
Thank you. Any other final public comments? So just to clarify that there's no vote tonight because we are establishing the committee. The committee will go forward, and we're looking forward to it. I think that Dr. McDonald, I saw you taking copious notes when people's names were mentioned. I think I can speak for the board that we will fully expect Diego to be on that committee, and then the others that he mentioned, I hope we can make it all work for everyone as well, because we're looking forward to hearing back and coming back to us. And then, yes, Mr. Stock.
I just want to say, in my conversation with Diego, and I do appreciate, I think it is just a mark of our district that we have students that graduate and have learned how to advocate and learn to, share, giving back to the community. He could have just walked away and said, I'm done, but he wants to make it better for other students. So appreciate that. I know the board has shared that in the past. In my conversation with Diego, I did share that while I'm thrilled that we have the expertise volunteering to be on the committee, and what an impressive list of folks, we will absolutely consider them for membership. And I did tell Diego we absolutely want him on the committee as a community representative because he's no longer a student. And we also know that there will be others. And so part of the work will be on the committee, but also hearing from people. So the committee will want to hear from others and hear from different groups to provide information. So that will occur. Now, I also want to address the request that Diego made and a few others did. And I did consider Diego's request about having a facility naming piece be a part of this. But I am going to let the board know that while I'm considering those pieces, I do think it's important that the committee we're putting together has some expertise in curriculum and in pedagogy for students, because the purpose of this committee is to look at how does our local history involve all the diversity and the equity that we want to have here, whether it be Native American, African American, Chinese American, others that were mentioned even by Councilwoman Gallardo. Their expertise is in the teaching and learning and in that curriculum. That's where the learning artifact piece, they are absolutely appropriate to suggest what that might be, how that might be influential to that. However, the naming of facilities or the renaming of facilities is different than curriculum. And I do believe that the work of this committee can be very helpful in informing and in allowing the board and the district to think about possible namings. We, as a district, do not have many buildings or schools named after people. It is a very different type of consideration of a renaming or naming of buildings that would involve potentially some of the same people, but actually not only the same people. There's a broader perspective in the community that I feel would need to be represented in something like that. And so I do think that the most important steps are being taken first, which is how do we impact our students and making sure there's a full comprehensive view of local history, and that is the first and a most impactful step. The learning artifact can also be helpful in that, but the renaming of a building, I think, is something that the board could consider, but I think after the first part of the work's done. So at this point, as I ask Dr. McDonald and the formation of the committee, I'm declining to extend their purview to recommending names for buildings at Whitney High School. But I do think that their work can be helpful in that, because it may also help broaden the work that we need to think about. Because as we start down to say, we're just going to name a building for a Chinese American in our midst, well, what about other groups? And then I think there has to be a thoughtful conversation around what that means, what that impact is, who is included, who's not included, what the purpose of that is. But the learning, we know, is always first and most important and has the most enduring impact. So I, at this point, appreciate that interest, but I am going to instruct Dr. McDonald the committee's purview does not extend to suggesting names at this point, but it is something that we're open to as we go through the process.
Yeah, just a real question, I think, for Dr. McDonald. Just to square it away, the committee that we're assembling, putting together, it's 100% voluntary, right? We're not this isn't where we're having to pay for speakers or spend, okay, just want to make sure that, again, the right thing, bring all the right people. I just don't want to have to purchase a CSU person because their time is valuable, so.
No, and based on the interest on that call, it sounds like there's a lot of experts that will consult with us, which is great. Love it.
Yeah, I just want to thank Diego. It's obvious he advocated well and built a good constituency. So congratulations to you, Diego, if you're still listening, you know, on really working hard and putting together, you know, a great group of, it sounds like, experts that we will add to have a really robust conversation.
And I would just echo that and say, Diego, I deeply appreciate your ongoing work on making sure you're staying involved with this. Roger, I appreciate what you're saying, and we'll go forward with that. I will say that from my perspective, and only my perspective, that Diego brought this for us not just to randomly name, but to correct something, to correct a historical inaccuracy that wasn't being told. And so, and I thought he actually had a very thoughtful solution in saying, not asking us to change the name of the high school, not asking us to disrupt, but actually find a way. And I appreciated that thoughtfulness. So I'll defer to your guidance on the way to go forward, but this notion that Diego will continue to be able to advocate from intern and as part of this process, that we'll have teachers involved in the conversation, thinking it through. I'm looking forward to seeing you all in the spring and moving forward on this. So thank you, Dr. McDonald, for all your work. Okay, with that, are there any other pending agenda items that people would like to put on the thing? Do I have to ask the public to do that? I don't, do I? Okay. With that, this Wednesday, September 16th, 2020 meeting is now adjourned.